thank you so much for the 500 bits. Thank you. I hope it's as good as any other day. I hope it's even better. Hi. How are you doing? Hi, everyone. Welcome on in. Hi, Jose. Hi, Alice. No worries. Thank you again, Vasco. Hi, Rod Riley. Hi, Kelly. Hi, May. Hi, Xavier. Hi, Cass. Hi, Come. How are you doing? Hi, Kings. Hi, The Returner. How are you? Hi, Matt. How are you? Hi, Wild. Great. I'm glad to hear it. Ancient Gamer, thank you so much. Thank you. Hi, Game Class Hero. How are you? Hi, LNZ. LNZ, did you manage to fix your chat thing? I saw you were having some Twitch chat issues. Did you manage to fix it? All right, hang on a minute. I'm realizing that I look a little bit... The brightness isn't quite right here today. Let's have a look. Why? Oh, look, I can put some colour back in. There we go. All right, there we go. You're still having issues. I hope it gets sorted soon. That's very, very sucky. That sucks. Sometimes it takes ages to load, and other times it doesn't load at all. That's so weird. Oh, I really hope you manage to fix it soon. So I thought I'd do something a little bit different today. Oh, the ring light is touching the microphone arm. That's why the camera's slightly shaking. Okay. I thought I'd do something a little bit different today. So one of the things that I did a long time ago was I did a pop art zombie, like a really long time ago. This one. And I still really like the design. It took me ages to figure out the design because doing a pop art zombie is really, really common in like the creative makeup world. So it took me forever to come up with a design that was my own, and like I didn't want to match anybody else's, right? Which I think is fair enough. But I've always thought like I'd like to do another one, but I don't know what I would want to do because I really like this colour scheme. So today I was thinking about it and I was like, oh, I really want to do that. So I've decided, what if I just recreate what I've done here, but we can maybe see if we can add a bit more pizzazz. I can maybe try and improve on the shading, and we can see if there's been a little bit more improvement of it. It's been a few years since I did this now. 2020. Okay, so it's been almost 3 years, 2.5 years. Was it 2.5 years? I think it's been older than that. I think I did this even before then. But I don't remember. I feel like I've done that before then. Let me have a look. I feel like I did this before I went to Japan. But I could be wrong. I did. Here we go. I found it. Oh my god. October 7, 2019. 2019. So the last time... So when I made this look was in... Oh my god. A long time ago. A long time ago. So I thought... I was looking at it and I was like, yeah, there's definitely some improvements I can do to the shading, especially like the things on the chest. So I was thinking, maybe we're going to have an eating stream. We're always going to have an eating stream. Eating will come later on because I'll have my eating break. But then I thought it would be really nice to just try and do this instead. So something a little bit different for me. I thought I'd give that a go instead, because I still really like the general design of it, but I think it could be improved. So let's have a look at doing that today. That'll be something a bit nice. Hi, TJ! Oh my god, you're so sweet. Stop it, you. What's hooked on my... Okay, hang on. I got some extra stickers. Theo sent me some stickers. Let's put some stickers on my... No, I shouldn't put the stickers on my mirror because I should really get a new mirror. Think, Mel, what are you going to do? No, look, you're getting distracted already. Jesus Christ. All right. Everything's fine. Okay. Right, where can I put the mirror? How's my day been? Do you know what, TJ? I woke up early. I've been doing this thing recently where I've been waking up quite early because I'm quite prone to nightmares. So sometimes I get like a really bad nightmare and then I'll just wake up. Anyway, I woke up really early, and then I didn't sleep for ages. And then at like 1 o'clock, I was like, I'm gonna have a nap. I'm gonna have a nap. I woke up at 5. I didn't really do much today. I didn't do anything. I had a sleep. That is the best nap. I was so dead. Anyway, thank God. So, I didn't do anything today, to be honest with you. I've just been asleep. I woke up and was like... No, I woke up because I had a dream that the toilet was blocked and the plunger wasn't big enough. And I was like, oh, this is really annoying. They're like, you're going to need a bigger plunger because the pipe is bigger. But it wasn't like the pipe was wider. It was like the pipe was really long. And I was like, this doesn't make any sense. And they were like, yeah, that's how plumbing works. And I was like, no. I was like, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work like this. And they were like, yeah, this is how it works. And I was like, I don't think it does. Anyway, couldn't sleep because, well, no, woke up because of the pipe plunger. So, 7:30, yeah, 7:30 p.m. for me. Anyway, but yeah, alas, fine, no problem. That was what my dream was about. Okay, so what I've noticed here that I did last time is I've painted everything blue apart from the cuts, and then I've painted on top of it apart from the brain because the pink underneath the eye and the eyebrows, they don't look right. They look a little bit odd. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark those out now to make sure that we can get the colour there as prominent as possible. And it probably came down to I was making decisions on the fly when I was doing it. Hi Sammy, how are you? Hi Dover, how are you? Yeah, well, oh no, that wasn't, no, I tend to get nightmares in general, but that one's not a nightmare. That one's just like a general dream, so yeah. Yeah, they can be so odd, right, Bitfighter? Anyway, so I woke up to that, and then Ghost and I had a cup of tea, and I was like, you know what, I'm just going to chill out until I go live today, and to make me keep waking up face down, honestly, though, mate, do you see what I mean? It's really comfy. When you figure out how to sleep face down, it's really comfy. Okay, so then, I wanted to stream today. Oh my God, Farscape, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. That is really lovely of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hang on a minute. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. Thank you. That is very kind. Thank you so much. Thank you. Aww. I love caring. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much. I don't know what, just so you know, I don't know why it doesn't add to the bit counter down here. It's a bit silly. It's like a Twitch thing where it doesn't necessarily recognize that it goes, just because it goes through a third party. I'm feeling very generous, and that's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Figuring out how to sleep. I feel a lot in that part. It takes me so long to fall asleep as well. The forehead on the... Yes, because it gives you just enough space to breathe. So you know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Oh, Farscape, I'm so glad to hear that. All right. I've always thought brows like this look quite funny because I've always in my head classed them as like architecture brows where you've drawn in what they're going to look like. But I've always thought like, now what if we just leave it? And in my head, I always call them architecture brows, but alas. Right, Sammy. Okay, so which side did I do this on? Let's do the apparent tear on this side. So I'm just going to take the idea that I did one. Let's see if I can just kind of draw it in a bit better. It's Monday, right? I'm stuck in the newborn phase, but I feel like I've got my days okay. Yes, it's Monday. And I am... hang on a minute. And I have to, again, go to London next week. And I feel like this is crazy. I have to keep going. And skincare routine video when... Do you know what, TJ? I have terrible skin. I literally used the CeraVe. Well, no, I had terrible skin. But I used, you know, the CeraVe cleanser. I just used that. And now I just use this moisturizer because it's cheap. But also, if I go out, then I'll always put on sun cream. Do you know, TJ, do you know, like, because I have... I've had really, I'm going to show you, TJ. I'll show you. I've heard good things about CeraVe. Yeah, I like it, and it's really affordable as well, but everyone buys it, so it tends to go out of stock quite easily. But you can pretty much pick it up anywhere. I'm going to show you. So, like, this was, I had, apparently it was an infection, but I didn't know. So this was 2020, right? And just know that the other cheek was just as bad, right? So the reason why I say I've got terrible skin is that was me 3 years ago. It was so painful. And that was after I had managed to get rid of the infection. That was the scar. My scars don't look that bad anymore, but that's why I'm always like, oh my God, no. Whoa. Yeah, it was terrible. Yeah, the recover, I genuinely thought I would never, ever recover from it. Like, I used to do this thing, and it's so sad. So basically, I've slowly documented what my cheeks look like. It was just my cheeks over the past few years. And it's a lot better now than it was. Like, so much better. What year was this? This was me a year ago. With that, because the doctors were like, it's just going to take time, and I genuinely didn't believe them. I was like, I'm genuinely not believing. But what happened was I had like adult acne. Yeah, it was so painful. Like, it was just the most painful experience. Hi Danny, how are you? And the reason why I like talking about it, to be honest with you, is because I feel like, I mean, I don't know what anybody looks like, but acne is like a whole thing. Oh my God. Base, thank you so much. Thank you for 9 months. Thank you. It was like a whole thing. I was so stressed out about it. But what happened was I genuinely thought like, oh, I'm having breakouts. It's so weird. And everyone, but the thing is like, I've been doing makeup like this for like 12 years, right? And out of nowhere, I just started getting breakouts. So I was like, I don't really understand what's going on. Like, it can't be the makeup all of a sudden. And everyone was like, it's because you're dirty and all this. And that's absolutely not true. It's just not true. Everyone seems to think like, because you've got acne, it means that your face is dirty. That's just like the biggest myth in the world. Anyway, from someone who had it for like 3 or 4, 5 years almost. And it took, at first I was like I spent so much money, like literally every month that I was working, all of my spare money went to the skincare. So I would find and research everything I could. Some of that skincare was like £50, £60. I was trying to do as much as I could. I was as routinely as possible. My skin was so clean and well taken care of, but it just looked like that. But it got to the point where like when I would wash my face, it would just bleed. Like, that's how bad it was. I would wash it and it would just start bleeding. And I was just, one point, like, I remember here, I have a really deep scar from it. It was a blister. Like, that was one of the worst parts. Like, I literally had them like blisters. Anyway, years and years and years of me trying to sort it out myself. In the end, I started to see a doctor, and I felt really frustrated because the first medication I used, I thought they were like, yeah, this is going to be fine, and it had like creams and tablets, etc., and nothing worked. And I was like, I'm just done for. Like, there's nothing I can do. And so I was really upset. It did get better when I left London. Anyway, when I came back from Japan, I went to the doctor again, was put on a different medication, had really awful side effects. I had the worst gut pain ever. And then I said to them, I was like, I took one tablet and I had, like, I couldn't move. Like, I was crawled up on the floor. The worst thing was, I can laugh about it now, but at the time I was crying. I was trying to call the doctor for help because I was like, I don't know what to do. Like, I genuinely don't know if I need to call, like, the ambulance or something. I'm in such pain. But I couldn't call the doctor because I didn't have any credit on my phone. So I had to call O2 first to top up my phone because I didn't have any money on it to make a phone call. Anyway, and then I went on a different, so they changed out my meds. And I was on oxytetracycline, and I was on that for months, and that was brutal. Some of you guys will remember I had to take it every 4 hours. Like 4 times a day, every 4 hours. I couldn't have it an hour after I had eaten. No, I had to have it 2 hours after I had eaten, or 1 hour before I would eat, because I had to take it on an empty stomach. And so my entire routine got flipped upside down throughout. I couldn't figure out when I needed to eat. I couldn't have snacks around this time because I was trying to figure out when I could take this tablet. It was like that for months and months. I think I was on that for almost a total of 6 months. You have to be really careful with it as well because I think it can affect, they have to do like blood tests to make sure it's not affecting anything else. And it turned out that entire time, what I thought was just acne breakouts, it turned out it was an infection, and I just didn't know. And obviously, I'm very, very well aware of, like, healthcare is different in different situations. But if you have that kind of level of acne, just, if you can, just see a doctor first, because I have so many scars that I've been working at and waiting and trying to, like, cover up for the past few years now, and they're slowly disappearing because I know you guys are like, oh my god, you have such nice skin, which thank you so much. But the reason why I say, like, oh no is because it's very slowly healing. Very slowly. Yeah, Danny, you've got to be really careful with it. So that's why they were, like, really hesitant on, like, keeping me on it. But yeah, it was brutal. And throughout all this, I was still doing the makeup and stuff, but I could feel that it was very distracting on the makeup, and that really broke my heart because I had this really difficult, what's the word I'm looking for? I felt like I was caught between a rock and a hard place because I wanted people to know that it's a real thing, that people have it, right? People have acne and it's normal. But also, it was so distracting on the makeup that I was doing that I wanted it edited out because it ended up being the main focus of the makeup, and I didn't want it to be. I wanted it to be like, hey, look at this cool pop art zombie I did. But I'm very aware of how that can kind of like, be a bit difficult with each other. So I was really kind of like torn with some parts. I was really conflicted is the word. I didn't want people to think that I was editing out because I was trying to pretend I was somebody who I wasn't. I wasn't going through acne. That wasn't the case at all. I was happy to talk about it because I felt like when you've got a platform like that, like this, it's important to talk about. Which is why I don't mind talking about it. I do, Farscape. I do. Yeah, exclamation mark wish list. And it was, but then also it was distracting the makeup I was doing. So I was feeling really like, ugh. And I used to do this thing, and it was so sad, where, you know, when you get those clay masks, because I used to have a really, really strict skincare routine. I used to just do the clay masks, but when I would put them on, and I think back and I think that it's really sad, but I used to layer it on in such a thick layer because if I did a really thick layer, I could pretend for like 15 minutes that I had really clear skin and there'd be no texture, and I would just sit there and just look at it and just be like, that's what it would be like if I wore a mask and I had clear skin. But now, it has dramatically improved. But that whole time, it just turned out it was an infection. Shut up, Lindsay. It just turned out it was an infection. So that's why I'm always like, okay, instead of trying to fix everything yourselves, if you can, like, if you are going to spend £200 to £300 on skincare, maybe ask a doctor or a dermatologist first, just because I went through it for years and I got all those scars which you guys saw, which are slowly improving. But yeah, it turns out as well I scar really easily, so it made it worse. But yeah, that's generally so I know it's like, oh my god, you got a nice skin, but like it's taken me a long time to get here, but I do appreciate. Yeah. Oh, Farscape, you do exclamation mark wish list and it'll come up. Imagine having bones. Shut up. Dave, is it a no bones day today? But yeah, it felt brutal. 13-in-1 soap? I've never heard of such a thing. So I used the CeraVe. Another thing that I do now is I use a lot less skincare than I used to. I used to use like everything I could find under the sun, and now I try and keep it pretty simple. Of like, I use a cleanser, I use a moisturizer, I use sun cream, and I'm just slowly taking it from there. But yeah, the sun cream has helped. Mr. Pike. Okay, hang on 1 second. I'm not like going silent on the whole thing. It's just I need to do the thing around the mouth. So 1 second. Right. That's why I was like, no, my skin's bad, it's bad. But yeah, it was, I do definitely think there's light at the end of the tunnel. But for a long time it felt like it wasn't, and I was super stressed out about it. See, banned for the win. Ooh, maybe I can change the teeth around a little bit. Do something different with the teeth. Hi, mate. How are you? Okay, let's see. What else have I done on this design? You use CeraVe as well. I really like it. Do you use the foam one? Oh, no. Which one do I use? I use the one... I think I use one for, like, oily skin, because my skin is typically oily. Apart from under here, I get, like, a dry... I get dry just there. Just there under my nose. Always. I'm good, thank you, Paragon. How are you? I use the sensitive skin one. Nice. Yeah, CeraVe is really good. I saw one the other day, and it was like I think it was like almost like a liter, and I was like, I think it was like £30, and I was like, okay, no. Next time. To attack it from the inside, and Retin-A gel to attack it from the outside, and let me tell you, it helped. Oh my god, yeah, I used to use Retin-A gel. I remember having to go through Retin-A gel. It was just nasty. It hurts. Like, it's not fun. But I saw you for a couple of months. I was like, okay, I have to visit and say hello to spread my cold. Ah, yes. Ah. Not sus at all. Aw, that's cute, Base. Jesus, I'm so sorry. That really that really made me jump. Oh my god, thank you so much. Are you kidding? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. What the heck? Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much. A contribution towards the sandals. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's so kind. Oh, Paragon. Yes, I will answer that just in 1 second. Thank you so much, guys. These slides are now 23% funded. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. I will also say, I know my wish list looks so boring, but I'm having so much fun organising with my room, and it's making the room so much better. Everything is look at how nice this is. Yes, exactly, May. Like, look at how nice everything is. Just, I can find everything. So I'm slowly going through and organising the room. So just, I know there's like loads of like organisation boxes and bags on there, but they're making my life fab. So just thank you so much. Thank you. Just because I know I always have like super boring stuff on my wish list that I have to tell you. Thank you so much. Okay, Paragon. Dead Island 2. You don't have to play the first one. It's not spoilers at all if I tell you roughly what the synopsis of 1 is about, right? Because I've played, I think now, enough of Dead Island 2 to be able to be like, right. So Dead Island 1 is pretty clear. I'm not saying that it's not clear to you and that you're silly. I'm not saying that at all. But what I mean is like, it's pretty clear what's gone on. Oh, you've beat 1. Oh, I completely misunderstood what you said. Riptide was kind of like a side game anyway. You don't need to play Riptide. If anything, it plays more off number 1. I played bits of Riptide, and I don't feel like I'd misunderstand anything at all. So you're fine. It's totally fine. I honestly think Dead Island 2 is better as a whole because it's a much more refined game. I really like it. I'm having a lot of fun playing it. Maps now, I know, right? Where are we going? So Runehilda, I don't know if you actually remember that one. Does it have the banger? Oh, do you know what? Paragon. No, but... Nah, you play it. You play it. You play it. You play it. You play. I'd recommend it. I think it's good. You know how Dead Island 1 made the zombie apocalypse really fascinating because of the setting? It feels like that again. It feels so like the way that it was in an island resort, a hotel. It was so cool. And in Dead Island 2, there's hotels. There's pretty familiar scenes as well, like settings, because like it starts in Bel Air, and you kind of look at it and you're like, huh. It's really cool. It's really cool. They really do a thing where they really nail the setting, the setting and the environment. Did they keep most of the mechanics, like the weapons and stuff? Yes, with the modding, but it's improved. Like you generally have the same kind of stuff where like the elemental mods where you've got like electricity and fire, but there's a lot more mods you can do, and there's also something called perks on the weapon that you can do as well. But one of my favorite things, it does cost like more money, which you collect obviously money everywhere because Dead Island loves leaving suitcases all over the shop. But one of the things that I really like is if you find a weapon that you love, which sometimes we do, you can when you're upgrading the weapons, you can match it to your current level. And it costs more money than like upgrading it, but it means you get to keep the weapon that you like, or that you've modded, that you've upgraded, but it now matches the level that you're at. So and I thought that was a really good addition, because sometimes you can be like a level 20 character, but you're still using like your level 6 sword that you found because you like using the sword. But it can be a bit like, oh. But yeah, you can match it now, which I think is really, really great. But yeah, I like it. Obviously, I was paid to promote it a lot. However, I went hard on it because I really liked Dead Island. I was playing it yesterday, actually. I was having some fun. Players were amazing to me. I've got 2 saves. Like, they're so nice to me. They gave me multiple copies, so I could play co-op. I could play it on PlayStation. Like, they were really, really amazing, and so I really do appreciate it. But yeah, so I've played the first bit 3 times. 3 times already. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Blade character. Yes. That would be Amy. Amy's special weapon is a katana. I'm also the same. I like a blade character. I was looking at my weapons wheel the other day, and it was like sword, katana, machete, chef's knife, military knife, sword. And I was like, oh no, and then I also had a crowbar. I had a crowbar in there, and I was like, but I like the crowbar because I made one. No range, none. Come straight for me. Go on. As ever, I always play on hard mode. Let's not forget. Anyway, I hope that helps. If it helps in general as well, Paragon, I have a few gameplay VODs, which feel free to skip through, like just skim through it, but obviously you'll come across some spoilers. So if you want to have a look at the kind of mechanics of the game in general, I've got a co-op VOD, and I also have the VOD of the day before the game released, which was me playing the first few hours. So you can obviously pick which one. The co-op one, it doesn't start from the beginning, but the one where I played it on my own does. So let me know, figure out if you want to watch one of those, or you don't want to have any spoilers at all. I would obviously completely respect whatever you choose to do. The football jock from 1. Is that the guy with the mohawk, kind of? There were no bows. Do you know what? No, I don't think there's any bows. But there are guns, but they're a lot more limited. From Dead Island 1, you do get guns in Dead Island 2, but I think you'll probably get more later on in the game. Yes, Paragon. Yeah, I never played as him. I played as Sam B, and Jeanne May. They're the 2 I played as. Okay, so one thing. Both the female characters. Was there 2 or was there 3? No, what? No, I'm getting confused with the mechanic. You know the mechanic girl? Yeah, because there was also the mechanic, but she was storage, wasn't she? She'd follow you around with the car. She had the van. I was getting confused with her. Yeah, I think so. I can't remember her name though. The one in the purple dress, right, Paragon? Yeah, I think she was like an undercover cop or something, wasn't she? From the area. If someone, I love that emote. I love this. I really like how this artist paints teeth. So I think what I'm going to do is use this artist's as inspiration for teeth. Her name is G Nathew. If anybody would like to follow her as well and support her, she's really cool. She paints teeth in really interesting ways. There's quite a few different styles. My favorite thing, I always associate her as like teeth. Teeth. She's really good at teeth, but I know it sounds so silly to be like, yes, to me you are teeth. But she does teeth so well that I always look at how she's painted teeth. I was getting dead eye. Yeah, no, actually a lot of people get those two confused. I learned that from a few weeks ago. People were getting those two confused together. But I feel like that makes sense. Runehilda, I know. And do you know why? I have very good reason. I've been trying so hard to figure out how to do Liana's. Is it Liana? Ileana? The blue girl. I want her hair, but I want it perfect. I've actually been, I was tempted to buy Liara, thank you. I want to paint her, but I've really struggled with the hair. I've been actually slowly trying to figure that out for a few years now. I was gonna buy one off Etsy, but when I looked at it on Etsy, it was really expensive, and I kind of felt like it wasn't what I was after. Actually, let's bring that down there. One sec, I didn't realise how badly I needed to pee. We are back. One sec! Okay, look, I'm back. I thought my bladder was going to burst. But yes, femme ship. I don't know who that is. Sorry, the only character I actually know from Mass Effect is Liara. Of the main oh, Shepard. Oh, right. Okay. Do they have interesting, like, spacesuits or something? Interesting. I think the textures would give you... Oh, like spacesuits. Felix? Wait, Doom, what are you talking about? Oh, the hairy guy. Yes, sorry. Yes, the hairy guy from the Addams Family. Yeah, Cousin It. What do you call him? Felix? Cousin It? I've never heard him called Felix before. Google calls him that. Oh, I've never heard of that. Sorry, I didn't know what you meant because I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that before. Okay, fingers crossed that's going to turn out okay, but I don't know. Oh, it's the actor's name? Oh! Wait, but there's been multiple actors for Cousin It, though, so how does that work? Okay. I think this is good. Sorry for confusing. No, that's totally fine. I think this is better. Ooh, and then thank you for the hydrate. I don't know what I'll do here yet. I'll figure this part out later. Oops. Where to start next? Maybe we'll just start off with the blue. Okay, then we'll get this. Then we'll get this. And then there's the other blue I want to work with. Do I have the other palette? Let's see. No. All right, let's see. Let's see where we go from here. Ah, in the 60s. I haven't seen those ones. I'd like to at some point, but I'm a little bit lazy. I know it sounds silly, but I'm just not very good at like watching long series. I don't think I would have to like watch every single episode though. I actually tried to watch them before, but there was a few too many that I kind of lost interest. It would be nice to get back into it again though. Right, I'm just making a lighter blue because I think the blue that I have isn't quite right. No, I think it still needs to be lighter. Roadhog. No, do you know what? There's actually been a lot of really interesting Roadhog designs. I've seen some really cool Roadhog cosplays. But also, you definitely don't need to have a certain body shape to do any cosplay. I don't know how many episodes there are. I struggle with TV show. Yeah, I lose interest so quickly. Do you feel the same? Like there's just too many, and I'm like over it the second it's if it doesn't pique me from the first few episodes, I'm kind of over it. But also, even if I'm interested, I just don't really care. I just don't really care to watch that many. How have you been? I'm good, thank you, Damon. How are you? All right, let's see. I just can't focus for that long. I'm just not interested. I've never really been one for binging a lot of TV shows though. I'm not as body cop as you guys. So the fact going the vest with a respirator is like my extreme. Honestly, and I'm not gonna tell you like how you should feel at all, but ultimately, I strongly believe, like really wholeheartedly believe, that cosplay is for everyone, no matter what you look like, in literally for every aspect. And cosplay is about having fun, and anyone who would consider making you feel otherwise shouldn't be part of the community, in my wholehearted opinion. And I know it's not going to be like, good, now you're confident. Not at all like that, but just putting it out there. I really wouldn't stand by anyone who thinks that you couldn't do a certain character because you wouldn't have the right body for it or something. I think it's all about having a lot of fun. But I also know that's not gonna magically overnight change your opinion on how you feel about yourself, because I'm not gonna tell you how to feel. But for what it's worth, you know, yeah, I think it's really awful when other people try and gatekeep it. Fairy does 2 years. Thank you so much. Tier 2 as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, struggle to stay engaged. You have to be in a perfect mood for it. Do you know what as well? Danny, do you have this same feeling of like 40 minutes is way too long? I think that's why I quite enjoy anime, because it's shorter. But if there's too many episodes of anime, I'm not interested. I'm so particular and picky with things that I choose to watch. I think as well, like, I've always seen TV shows, series, as like a big chunk of time, because I look at how long the episode is. But when I watch a film, I see it as like, okay, it's going to take me 2 hours. When I've like gone to watch a series and there's like 13 episodes, I see it as like, it's like a 13-hour film. Like, that's kind of how I see it. Of course, mate, no worries. And so I just kind of feel like that's a long time to pour into it. Also, I completely understand that like series have a few more breaks in between them, but sometimes I pause films and come back to them later. So I don't really have a difference with it. But yeah, this is just a bit too much for me personally. Hi Protex, I'm good, thank you. How are you? Watching with a group, like a group of a friend at a weekly Discord viewing. Oh yeah. I feel a little bit better about bits like that as well, because it feels a bit more like a community thing. Which is why I really like doing the movie nights. I know we didn't do one last week because I was streaming, but I really like doing them because I think it's also a bit of fun. But yeah, in general, I kind of suck at it, to be honest with you. I'm pretty much the same. It's one of the reasons why. Oh my god! Oh, Paragon! You don't have to do anything. I'm always here for that. Thank you so much. You are so lovely. Are you joking? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you. That's, oh my god, it's one of the boxes for my wigs. Thank you so much. Oh my god, Paragon, you have no idea. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. That is so kind. Okay, so these boxes are going into the wig cupboard, and the wig cupboard is slowly being organized very slowly by color. So what I'm doing is I'm using my wish list as a means to help me organize this catastrophic studio that I've created. So thank you so much. Thank you. Everything is in like random boxes, but I'm slowly going through like each drawer or like each section to organize it, and it's really helpful. Thank you so much. Thank you. It just told me the item was out of stock. I'll sort it out. Because one of the things I can do... Hi, Peck. How are you? One of the things I can do is withdraw the money and then buy it myself. So that's fine. It's like watching a season of a series. We're on season 700 something now. I know, right? Thank you. That's really lovely of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It makes a really big difference. Yes, I have it up twice because multiple boxes. Because I've learned it looks confusing when I tried it out. You can do a thing where it comes up and says wants two, but I think, no worries, of course, Danny, of course. It says one, you can change it so I can say quantity 2 and it'll say on the wish list, Mel wants 2 of these, but it's quite small. So I've had it before where like somebody's gone to buy it and it's still there and they've gotten really confused. So I prefer to just list it multiple times. But yes, I was going to get 2 and then stack them. Thank you. Did you see my cable drawer? If not, I will show you my cable drawer. I'm so proud of it.
The time has come.
Secret, thank you so much for the 666. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much. Movie nights normally happen Friday, 8 p.m. BST, UK time, but they won't happen if I'm streaming. You're an awesome soul. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. But I fully stand by it. Like, you shouldn't, don't, if anyone says anything regarding cosplay and gatekeeping it, they don't belong in the community. They don't. Just for what it's worth. Thank you so much. But yes, so I'm slowly making, what I'm doing is I'm slowly going through everything I have and trying to sort it out, because all that's happened is, instead of me being like, oh yeah, I'm going to use all this, all that's happened is my work over the past few years has ramped up, and I end up having to have quite a lot of materials and supplies. So it's then become a little bit frustrating organization wise, because everything is everywhere. So this was my solution of, I'm gonna have to start really being quite serious about organizing it. But like, starting to organize stuff is really expensive. I actually kind of tried starting to do it last year, where I was trying to cut up cardboard boxes, and honestly, it works for like a few months, but they just slowly get smashed. And they just disintegrate, they fall to pieces. It just didn't work. So, and also, I just couldn't find anything because it's not clear. Looks amazing. I'm surprised that picture was as focused because I figured, oh my god, I've literally tried to show everyone. I can't even tell you. The most upsetting thing was, though, as soon as I finished the drawer, I walked into another room and saw some spare cables, and I was like, no! But I'll sort those out as well. I'll get those in here. But honestly, that we've all got a cable drawer that is an absolute nightmare. I couldn't handle it anymore because it's all well and good needing a cable every so often, but it kind of felt like I was needing it all the time because what with the stream, sometimes I'm like having to plug different things in. I've got cameras and I just couldn't find everything. So I was in and out of that drawer, and it was one of those like when you pick it out and it's just like a ball bundle all tangled together, and I was like, I can't take this anymore. Bye, Paragon. No worries. I hope you feel better soon. That looks like you have them all in that one. That's so funny. Yeah, can. It really would. Yeah, I got back. Yeah, do you know what? I found so many micro USB Bs. So many. In the end, I had to Google where I could take them to be recycled because I had that many that I couldn't fit them in the organisation boxes and bags I'd made. Well, that you guys had bought. And I found out you can apparently take them to your local recycling, like B&Q. Apparently B&Q sometimes takes them. But there's quite a few places, so I started to have a look. Because it's just ridiculous. Like the amount, especially because they're like the older stuff that people used to use. We don't really use them anymore. So I've kept a few. Just like a couple, just in case. But I had so many of them. Trying to see how big I'll get. Like one of those elastic band balls, but it's all just cables. Hi, Zog. How are you? Hi, Hulk. How are you? Also, the old iPhone cables, you know the really wide ones? I found a few of those and I was like, I just have to get rid of these. Hi, Sand. You're up for a cosplay you're going to be doing in July? Yes, of course. I mean, I hope I'll be able to give some advice. I'll give you, if I don't know the answer, then I won't give you any advice. Is that okay? I don't want to tell you something that's wrong if I don't know the answer. All right, let me see. Let's then go. Hi, Smyford. It's going well, thank you. How about you? Well, I can just bring one USB-C charger for all the devices. Do you know, are you based in the UK, Peck? Because they... Oh, sorry, Europe. Because isn't there a thing where they're telling Apple that they have to use USB-C? It's flying off the shelves. All right, Lindsay, you can have that one. That was a good one. Because anyway, I think they're kind of getting told off, which honestly, like I know some people are like, oh yes, but like the cable is superior. I don't really care. Ultimately, oh my goodness gracious, Memento, how are you doing, lovely? Welcome on in. How was your stream? Welcome on in, everyone. My name is Mel. I'm Cross07. I classify myself as an extreme makeup athlete. And today, I'm actually redoing one of my really old pieces. I did this piece in 2019. And I wanted to see if I could improve it somehow. I've been thinking about doing another pop art zombie for forever. But I couldn't figure out what colour scheme to do because I really liked this one. So I've just come to the conclusion I'm just going to redo it. How are you doing? How was your stream? What were you playing today? Thank you so much for choosing to raid me and share your community with me. Thank you so much. Yeah, Ken. Yeah, they are. Oh, you're playing the... Wait. Jedi Fallen Order. Hang on a minute. Hang on, lovely. Hang on. Is that the latest one or is that the one beforehand? Because I haven't played any of them. And I've seen some people are playing the old one first before they're playing the new one. So I'm confused. Which one is it? Is it the old one or the new one? You sometimes play the older games, don't you, as well? The first one, right? Okay. Nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. You're playing the old one. Hi, Madness. How are you? So, anybody who is new, I paint myself. That's it. That's the stream. And these are some of my previous looks that I've been working on. On the Saturdays, I do the torso paintings. And on the weekdays, I like to do the face and chest paintings. Sometimes we do headpiece builds. I've got some headpieces on the way that when I say on the way, like I'm working on. They take me forever because I end up coming up with too many ideas for them, and then like, oh, and then also I could do this. Oh, and then I should do that, and then I end up like going a bit mad with them. Thank you so much for the brief there, Bryce. Thank you. At the moment, I'm just seeing if we can slowly improve this one. I think bits of like the shading can be improved, so that's kind of one of my main focuses for today, to improve the shading from my last one. But also I decided about half an hour ago that I wanted to also improve the teeth. I've always found teeth to be a little bit tricky to work with, so today we'll focus on the teeth as well. Okay, let's go around the edge of this. Let's pick a bit more paint up because I think I've got a little bit too much water on this brush. The cyber lines on the face, what would be better, silicone or to try and paint it? Are you directly referencing a cyberpunk character, Sand? And have you used silicone prosthetics before? LNZ, thank you. I'm taking it as close to... Okay, could you please tell me which character it is? Because I haven't played the game, so I can have a look at a picture and give you a better response. I haven't, so I'm quite nervous. Okay. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Guys in chat, don't forget to hydrate as well. Oh, thank you for the posture check. It's called V from Cyberpunk 2077. Along the side of the head? Through the eyes? Oh, wait, hang on. Hang on, there's like multiple variations. Oh, it goes down there. Sorry, I've come. I think I've accidentally looked at some. Oh no, that's a video. I think I accidentally looked at some like modded versions. So that's why I got a bit confused. Right, so it goes down the eye, down here, and then up there, and through the side shave. Right? Do you have a side shave? Oh, V is a cat. Okay, so you can kind of like play around with it a little bit. Okay. Right, okay, okay. So, Cyberpunk. It's a custom character, but I'm trying to make it look like from the... Yes. Yes, San. Okay, and so do you have a side shave? Sorry, I know it sounds like I'm being pushy on the questions. I just want to make sure I know how to answer you. Because I'm gonna give you both answers, basically, and let you pick. Spoiler alert. Yeah, Zero! I'm gonna redo my old one. You do. Alright, you're going to get it a cut a week beforehand. Alright, so you have two options, okay? The first option is, yeah, you paint it. That's going to be easier over time because you can practice that right now if you wanted to. You could paint it, yes. Are you going to be on stage for a competition? Because if you're on stage... if it's like an audience vote almost, they're probably not going to be able to tell the difference. But if you're going to have... Hi, Peppermint Butler, how are you? But if you have judges looking up close and personal at your work, then it will be taken into consideration that you have... how you have also done the prosthetics. Prosthetics are good, but they are expensive. That's the... So I don't want to assume your budget. I'm going to send you right now what I would purchase. Is this. So this is essentially the prosthetic, right? But it doesn't go on the top of the eye. So that would have to be drawn in anyway. However, this is the prosthetic you would use. When you're using a prosthetic like this, you have to use... pure acetone, like not nail polish remover. You would use pure, so the items you would need for this, so as you can see the price is like pretty much a one-use thing as well. So if you wanted to practice it, you're going to have to buy multiple. And that's why, I mean, I don't want to assume your budget. You'd also need Prozaid, which is a medical grade adhesive. You would need a pure acetone. You would need... You could probably get by with certain types of makeup for it, but obviously you would need makeup to go over it as well. You can see on the bottom picture the edge of this prosthetic. when you're putting on a prosthetic, I know it seems so scary. Just the most important thing to do is do a patch test first here of the Pros-Aid, the acetone, the glue, everything. Just come back the next day to it and see, once you've wiped it off after a while, and just see if there's a reaction, because you don't want to stick this like here and then find out that you've gotten a reaction to some of the chemicals, right? That would be awful. Anyway, I know it seems scary, but it is straightforward. It's just practice. So because it's encapsulated, yeah, exactly, son. Yeah, exactly. So you just do a quick patch test. And honestly, you could probably do the patch test before you buy the prosthetics anyway, because they're cheaper. It depends where you are based, depending on where you want to get the products from. Because I'm in the UK, so I buy from UK suppliers, right? If you're going to be doing a prosthetic application, one of the things... You're from the UK, so you can probably buy from like Tilt Makeup. That's where I tend to go. Tilt Makeup and Makeup Armory as well, I think. But yeah, you want to look for Pros-Aid. Pros-Aid cream is different, just so you are aware. You want the Pros-Aid. What you would do is you would take the prosthetic, and you would also have like talcum powder or some kind of very loose powder. It doesn't matter. You would hold the prosthetic where you wanted it. So in this case here, right? And then you would pat the powder on all around the edges. So when you take off the prosthetic, you are left with a ring of powder, and you can see where the prosthetic is going to go, but you can also see where you need to glue. Pros-Aid is a contact adhesive, so you need to put it on both sides, on here and on the back of the prosthetic as well. Then what you're going to do is you're going to apply Pros-Aid across the skin, and before you do this, you have to make sure your skin's very clean. So you would wipe, obviously, make sure it's got no oils or anything, and you can get that again from like Tilt Makeup. It's kind of like you can use like, there's a few different products you can probably use for that. You would also apply the Pros-Aid on the back of the prosthetic. When it goes clear, it means it's ready, and then you would very carefully put it on. There are other ways you can get it done if you're a little bit nervous about sticking it on in one, and that's where you can kind of like do it from the middle and then like slowly ease it out on both sides until you do that. But obviously this one's kind of symmetrical, so just be a little bit aware of that and make sure that you look dead on in the mirror when you're doing it, and you're not like doing this, because then you might find they're kind of wonky once you've gone quite hard on it. Then you've obviously got the outside. So the reason why it's encapsulated silicone and you need pure acetone is acetone as a chemical will dissolve plastic. So this then ends up, no worries, son, of course, it dissolves plastic. Therefore, the way an encapsulated silicone prosthetic is made is it is first put when it's in the mold. Say this is the mold. You would put like Baldies, which is kind of like a really thin cap plastic, but it starts off as like a liquid. You put that in, and then that goes as like a really thin film across it, like a bald cap that's made out of the same thing. And then they would fill it with silicone, and that part is the prosthetic. But the silicone, that's what the huge edge is. The huge edge is silicone. That's what you need to dissolve off. Quotation marks. So once that's on, the huge edge is still there. You don't melt away the huge edge physically. Just below the huge edge, that's when you will take the acetone, and you can use like a makeup brush probably like, obviously this has got paint on it, so you could use something like that. A lot of people use cotton buds. And then you would wipe that away so lightly. Just as a side note, don't put your acetone in a plastic container for obvious reasons. I did that. Anyway, and also put the lid back on because it evaporates very quickly. So it'll just disappear. So make sure you put the lid back on. Sorry, that was irrelevant, just important. And then you're going to slowly go around the edges. It might take a little bit of time because that's how you're going to, it's just practice to make it invisible. It's really practice. You don't want to rush it, but also you've got to be careful because you're going really close to your eye here as well, right? The acetone is strong, so it might be quite fumey and you might be like, ugh. So just be really careful and, make sure you're in a well ventilated space, take breaks if you need to. all that. And then that's when it'll be applied. Once it's been applied, it's not going to be the colour of your skin because it's the colour of silicone. So then you would have to start painting it to match your skin. Thankfully, it's only for MegaCon. If you mess it up the first time, it's not a problem. It's okay. It's good. It's good if you mess up the first time because you're a beginner. And it doesn't mean you're bad. It just means this is the first time you've tried something. You might give it your best shot, but just come out of it and be like, what did I learn from that? That's not a problem. But give it a go if you want to. Maybe you can get some... Yeah, exactly. It's a whole learning experience. Now, the only thing I will say is like this one is a little bit close to an eye. So if you're going to be trying it for the first time, what I'd probably like, let's see what else this seller has. Does it show me what shops they have? BB's FX. I think I've bought from them before. So let's have a look and see if they've got something that's a bit cheaper. Yeah, they do. Look, this is great. So they... Oops, what have I done here? Okay, so what's also great is they have this, and this is £5. You can take this, buy 3 of them if you wanted to. Again, I don't want to assume your budget, and just keep doing them on the back of your hand. Or you could even do it like on your leg, right? No one knows. It's literally for you to keep practicing at, and sometimes you can just play around with it until, because it's still skin. You can keep playing around until you feel like you're more comfortable. Then maybe you can try one on the face. No problem. You could give it a go with something much smaller before you go in with something a little bit larger, because obviously they are expensive and I completely understand that. This prosthetic that I've sent you initially, oh, it's literally exact. It's literally getting used to the encapsulated silicone prosthetic, and it's encapsulated because it's silicone, but it's encapsulated in a cap plastic, right? And that's the bit that you're going to melt away with the acetone to reveal the seamless prosthetic that's on the skin. Yeah, that's how it's going to be applied. You can obviously see on this picture that you can see the edges of it, but that's going to come again with practice. Can sometimes come with the quality of the prosthetic as well. I've had prosthetics and it's just been a bit of a nightmare, and I've been a bit frustrated by them, but regardless, never mind. It's no one, I don't think it's like anybody's fault in particular. Oh, Mr. Piggy! Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, some more stuff in my head pieces. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. That is so kind. You are amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my god, what am I gonna do? You guys are amazing to me. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi Jess, how are you? I hope you've been well. So yeah, like figure out the medium of a silicone prosthetic, just because I was terrified the first time I used it. The first time I used it, I didn't really understand. I tried to use nail polish remover. I messed it all up, and I was really frustrated. I didn't get it. I thought I got it. I didn't get it. But again, like I learned that it won't work. It's not strong enough. That's okay. But yeah, so definitely give it a go. I mean, let me know how it goes as well. But overall, you probably would find it easier to paint it on. And you could, I mean, like, because as I've mentioned, like, you could technically, like, sit and practice it now, right? Let me see the picture of Vi again. She's interesting because she kind of has a little bit of a, almost like a glimmer through the prosthetic, through those lines as well. Which is interesting. I would, if it was me, I would paint it on just because that's easier for me to do. If it was for a cosplay competition and I felt why not, I'd play around with the silicone, but I wouldn't put everything on it. No worries, Anne. Yeah, no worries. I genuinely hope, I really hope it helps. But I completely understand the like nervousness and the fear surrounding it, because it's like, oh my god, I've spent all this money on this massive prosthetic, and what if I do it wrong, and then I've wasted all this money and it looks so silly, and then I could, and this whole time I could, you know what I mean? Like, you can quite quickly spiral. Yes, it did get a makeover. I just got some panels and I stuck them on the wall. They're very nice. I got them off my wish list, and it was very helpful. And I think you guys can see how much of a difference it's made to the streaming space. So I'm super happy about them. And slowly, slowly, slowly improving everything. Which is what I'm doing on the, yeah, nice. Okay, you've got a backup plan. which is, let's be honest, which is more than most people would do. So I ate the old one. It's so true. Always a plan B. Yeah, you have to have a contingency plan, just in case. But yeah, they're fun to play around with when you start playing around with them. They really are. Like, sometimes you start like getting a little bit, you can start getting a little bit crazy. What else can I? Thank you so much, headphone lady. You start getting a little bit crazy. What else can I do with silicone prosthetics? But they do take some time. It's looking incredible so far. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I'm hoping that it's going to be a bit of an improvement, but if not, at least it'll be a bit of fun to play around with. Yeah, you want to take just small steps with it. The first one I ever played around with that I ruined was like a little pig's nose, because I thought it was really cute. And I saw loads of people playing around with them. It is just, you know, just be careful, because with a lot of SFX stuff, you know, you start using it some more like serious chemicals. And I think chemicals is a scary word, but it is. It's not necessarily something that, you know, you just want to start throwing all over the place. You've got to just be a bit more mindful about it. Definitely don't just go by what I've said as well. You can research a lot more. A good YouTuber that you can research and watch is called Freakmo. And they do a lot of SFX stuff, and I think they're based in Australia, and they work in the industry, or did work in the industry, so they kind of showcase how some stuff's done and how to paint skin-like tones, because that's another thing, is like, once you've got the prosthetic on, then you're going to make it match your skin tone, and that can just, I still can't do it properly. I still really struggle. I cover, when I was doing the tutorial for Dead Island, because they really wanted me to showcase how I did the silicone prosthetic. Oh, I kind of have a mini tutorial, which you can probably watch then. So you can kind of just see it in real time. It's the Dead Island competition video. 1 second. So it's at the end of this video, the bite mark, but I find it really hard to match skin tone, so I covered it in blood, because it's a zombie bite, so I knew I could get away with it, so I was like, okay, well, worst case scenario. Will be difficult because you're super pale. Yeah, so in that case, it could also be tricky because I'm not saying you're like transparent, by the way, but there's things to consider that's underneath the skin as well that people don't necessarily realize. And you don't really have too much to hide. Like, you don't, with this design of the cosplay, you haven't got too much where you can hide stuff, such as, you know, throwing a little bit of like fake blood splatter on it and just thinking, nice, nailed it. So you don't necessarily have that luxury, which is another reason why I would be thinking like, oh, well, that could make my life difficult, especially at the con when I'm kind of probably a little bit stressed anyway. Maybe I could paint it on, because then I don't have to worry about matching a prosthetic. And with makeup and paints anyway, you totally can sketch stuff out. right? I use an eyebrow pencil to sketch all my stuff out. So you could sketch it out lightly and be like, it's still not even. I'm just kidding. Karen Gillen. Which other actor was also in Doctor Who? She didn't have a clue who it was. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, which other actor? I was like, it's her. That's funny. I haven't seen it yet. I can't decide if I want to watch it in the cinema or not. I feel pretty relaxed about it. And I also think because I'm kind of tired. And her mind was blown. That's so funny. That would totally be something I would do. To get a more accurate colour. Yeah, and so when it comes down to like colour theory, skin's really hard. Like, it's really difficult to get right. Like, and I know this sounds really crazy, but Meg, my friend who studied SFX, when she's told me, like, when they were taught how to match skin, and I'm not doing this to try and scare you, by the way, son. When they were taught how to match skin, I think they were doing like almost like a tattoo cover up. And at first the tutor started with like blue and green, like squiggly lines all over this guy's arm. And they were all like, you've ruined it, like what on earth? But he did that and then slowly started splattering the skin tone on top of it. And afterwards it looked perfect because it looked like you could see that underneath the skin in certain angles. That's what it looked like, right? And like he recreated like that almost, but it looked perfect. And she said like it was the most mind-boggling experience because you just watched him at first drawing all these blue and green lines, and then afterwards, and you're looking like, what's going on? And then afterwards it was perfect. And that's one of the things I've always thought, like, imagine that as like the process. Like, that would be the correct way to do it. I don't do it the correct way. But in general, like, makeup theory and how you would achieve a lot of stuff is so, it's so complicated, and that's I think it's very interesting. And I remember one time I was working in the office, and they were really and I thought we were past this, but regardless, when we were working on this gym, I used to by trade I'm a graphic designer, and we were working on this gym brand. Thank you for the hydrate. Guys in chat, don't forget to hydrate. And they were really annoyed because they were doing a photo shoot, but the trainer had a tattoo sleeve. And I was like, first of all, so what? It's a gym and he's a personal trainer. And secondly, I was explaining, like, because they were like, we'll just get foundation and cover it up, and I was kind of like, that's not gonna fly. You can't necessarily do that, because obviously, like, I had this information, but they didn't know what I did for like, not for a living. They didn't know what I kind of like what I was really passionate about, so I was kind of explaining that you can't do that. Anyway, they were just expensing like foundations from Amazon that they were planning to coat this guy in. And, like, I didn't understand because he didn't have any hand tattoos. And I said to them, like, just make him wear a compression top. Like, what are you doing? Like, just make him wear a compression top. Anyway, they put this poor guy, this random guy who wasn't even paid. He was just there for, like, the gym. and they coated his arms in like this thick foundation, and they realized in the end that it wasn't going to work. And I was explaining to the people, because I wasn't my project, but I was explaining to them that you can't, that's not going to work, like it's not going to fly. And then in the end it was voluntold, and then in the end they made him wear a compression top, and I genuinely don't think they removed the makeup before they did that. And I was like, that's disgusting. Imagine wearing that much foundation on your arm to cover up a tattoo, because they don't know what they're doing. So when you cover up a tattoo as well, that's a whole other job. You have to start usually with orange to like dilute the color to be able to. Anyway, I've never managed to do it. Just a mess. Yeah, that was the thing, Zero. And it was like, they were just getting annoyed at me because I was like, I think they thought I was trying to take control of the project. And I was like, it's going to be still, like, please listen to me. And they wouldn't listen. And I was getting really annoyed because I was like, the thing that annoyed me the most was like, this poor guy was going to have to go through it on the day by people who didn't know what they were doing. Because I was saying, like, if you've got budget, just hire a makeup artist. And if you don't have budget, then put a compression top on. And I don't think that was a silly suggestion. I still don't. You could build another gym on his arm. Literally. You'd take off all that foundation and his arm would be like... My God, his arm would be like the width of a chopstick in comparison to how much foundation you've put on over it. About the biceps guy. Oh my goodness. I forgot about the biceps guy. What a clown. But overall, like, I think that... Okay, I started to have this belief, for lack of a better word, that everybody who comes into your life, one way or another, teaches you something. Like, something... Whether it's good or it's bad, you learn something, and it could be something really annoying and upsetting. It could be that you don't like that kind of person, or it could just be something in general. And that whole experience, and like that just taught me, like, a lot of people want to do like whatever they want to do, and they don't want to listen because they think that they're gonna know better. So that's sometimes what I take from certain situations. Is like, if a situation's really irritated me, I'm like, right, well, that's just taught me. Like, this person has taught me. And it has made it a little bit better going through life, being like, all right, well, that person just taught me this, so... Oh my God, Zero. Do you know what? Yeah. And you've just reminded me of another situation, which is kind of irrelevant, but it's similar in the sense of, like, they don't listen until they kind of, like, pointed something out. I remember in my first job as well, the people I was working with, I quickly grew to dislike them. And it was my first job out of uni, so I was still kind of under the impression that university education was everything. It's not. Anyway. And I, just for context of the story, leaving university, I got a first, so got a pretty high mark. I was really proud of myself. I was actually the most improved student, which was very nice. Anyway, and they were laughing because at their university, they had a friend who had to do, they were studying science, I think they were studying biology, and they had to have 3 months of studying snails every day so they could collect enough data for their dissertation. And they were laughing at this person because they were like, he did this experiment for 3 months, and all he found out at the end was that his data was inconclusive. And they were laughing at him, and I pointed out, and I was like, that's how you get the better mark, though, because you have to suggest that your data is not good enough, because you have to be able to have the ability to pick fault with your own experiment and suggest improvements of your own experiment. Otherwise, it assumes that you know exactly what you're doing, and you don't. And I was like, so for instance with mine, I purposely said, well, this is the information I found from my experiment, but my experiment is still inconclusive and cannot be used as pure fact because I maybe didn't use enough test subjects. And I was explaining to them, I was like, that's how you get the better mark. You have to be able to pick fault with your own experiments, because then you'll be able to look at how you can improve other people's experiments as well. Like, you can't just go through things and be like, everything I've done is great and I've got the answer and I've basically earned a Nobel Peace Prize, there's nothing wrong with my experiment. And they looked at me and they were just like, oh, maybe she did get good grades. And I remember I was sat there and I was like, what? That was the conclusion? But that's what I was like, yes, you have to do that. Like, that's almost pointed out that you should say that your experiment is inconclusive. Was statistically, because my data was statistically significant. For mine was really funny. But for mine, like, I just picked fault in everything I could and was like, well, I've done this, but it means nothing. Like, even if you sometimes even if you kind of like feel like it's good, you kind of got to be like, well, but I can't take this for like gospel because this could have been improved and that could have given me a different answer. And that's usually, how you will get a better grade, because then they'll be like, oh yeah, fair enough. Like, they're very aware that their own stuff is not, oh yeah, right, I tore myself to shreds. Same. Mine was based on, I looked at the usability. Oh, no. Was it the usability? No, I looked at how medical illustrations were user-friendly from almost like the Renaissance period. And I found out, and I did an experiment. They said the minimum I could do was I had to ask biology students so I took biology students, and it was really funny because I really had to like hound them in. Like, they don't want to do anything for you, and it was horrible. Anyway, so I took these biology students and I gave the diagrams to them, and I just asked them to label it. All the labels were on the bottom, and I just asked them, like, label what you can see. And I gave them different illustrations from, like, the Renaissance period and loads of different ones. And I even used contemporary textbooks, the ones that they were using. I found out which one it was, and I put those in. And the ones that they got the answers most correct on was the one from the Renaissance period. And I was like, I'm so sorry. This is so funny to me. This is so funny that I don't know what it was, but the ones from like however many hundreds of years ago, they got most of the answers correct. But it was the same. It was the same thing. I would like use a heart. I used like a heart. I think I used a heart. I used like a section of the spinal cord, and I used an eye. And I used one from each, from all these different textbooks. I got them right from the Renaissance, not the contemporary. Anyway, I was dying. I thought it was so funny. Because when I got my results back, I was like, wait. I went over them so many times because I was like, there's just no way. There's no way this is possible. And that's what I found. So I was kind of, and I showed it to my my dissertation tutor, and she was also like, well, huh. So that was really funny to find out. That's where the gaming doing the right thing comes from. Oh wait, I don't think I'm familiar with this reference, sorry. So I don't quite understand. And then, like, I don't know, I felt like they would just ask stupid questions. I'd be like, yeah, this is a quiz so I can figure out for my dissertation. They'd be like, can we help each other on the answers? And I was like, no. No, you can't. And, like, I ended up having to loiter outside their biology classes. Oh, you always randomly do the right thing. Thank you, yeah. Oh, that one, yeah. Fair enough. It's random luck. And I would loiter outside the biology classes, and as soon as like they would finish, I would literally run into the lecture room and be like, "Hi, I know you've all finished, but if anyone has like 5 minutes, I would like a questionnaire for my dissertation." And then some of them would be like, I try to see them take the bag off because I could see their lecturer looking at them like, "You have to do this," and they'd be like, so I used to corner them.
Charge complete.
Thank you, headphone lady. Oh my god, and I was so like brutal back then as well. My lecturer gave me the contact details of someone that he used to work with who worked on medical illustrations. And so I called them and he was like, yeah, you can just give her a call and, you know, ask. So I called I called her and was like, hi, I'm from this university, like this guy's recommended. She was like, oh really? I was like, yeah. I was like, I'm doing my dissertation on medical illustration. He told me to speak to you. She was like, yeah. And I was like, yes, I was wondering if you had time to answer some questions as a part of my interview for my dissertation. She was like, yeah, no problem. She was like, when do you want me to do that? And I was like, right now. And she was like, oh, gosh, I mean, I guess you don't really give much notice, do you? And I was like, do you consent to answering these questions? I'm recording the phone call. And like, I remember putting the phone down and thinking like, I should have asked when's good, but that never even crossed my mind. It was like, oh, I'll give her a phone call and I'll ask her all the questions now. Upon reflection, don't do that. I've learnt better since then. Well, while we're on the phone, well, actually, while I've got you here, now is really great. So, yeah, exactly. In hindsight, or maybe don't do that. But yeah. But yeah, never mind. I know that my teacher hated you. Oh, really? I remember one time as well. It was because I'm a lot more confident now as a person. But I remember I would get really irritated with people. I remember I was doing this presentation and I genuinely thought like everyone on my course hated me. I remember I was doing this presentation and I picked out all these books that were really relevant. And I would be doing it in the middle of my presentation and I'd say like, here's some books to pass around. And I would put it in front of the one person where you look at it and you pass it around. And they didn't even look at it. They just left it in front of them. So I remember looking at them being like, so you can pass them around, and they were just looking at me, and I remember feeling like such a clown, even though that's not me in hindsight. I could have literally just stopped and been like, Sam, the point of me giving you that book was so you could pass it around. Which is probably what I would do now, but in hindsight I was like, everyone hates me. But it was their fault for not following instruction, but whatever. Ready to pounce. Yes, exactly. Hi, is now good? I just couldn't be bothered. He even had to find it. Oh, wow. I was like, you will pass whether you like it or not. 7? 7. Yeah, 7 seconds from right now. Now. It's now good. Gib, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for 47 months. Oh my gosh, that's so much. Thank you. Oh my god, actually guys, I'm really sorry. I've just realized that because we had the sub drop, which is fine by the way. I'm not stressed about that. The goal looks a little bit silly, doesn't it? Let me change that for you. There we go. Where's my reference picture? There it is. Thank you so much. 47 months is forever. Thank you so much. Alright, I'm gonna throw some more shading around the sides, around here. Okay. So I'm just gonna deepen some of this. Also, I just realized one of the things I probably should do is deepen it even further because like it's a zombie, so they would be kind of wasting away. So I think that's something that I didn't consider last time. So as a zombie is wasting away, let's increase some of the, deepen some of the shading. I'm good, thank you so much. How are you, squads? So we can start working on little bits like that, and then I can add in a bit more later. But yeah, it'd be good to elevate that, I think. And then add a bit more shading around here. Because this way, we can get it to look a bit more what word am I looking for? Decrepit, is that the word? Alright, and this is a big thing for me, so as you can see, a little bit of shading here has already made such a big difference, and it's just given it so much more shape. Thank you so much. Oh my god, guys, we have meatloaf with steamed egg, rice, and vegetables. And honestly, I was starving. I just don't want to say anything, so... Yeah, Zero. I was thinking it would be quite nice to put a lot more focus into the shading this time. Mm-hmm. I actually remember when I was painting this one, I remember kind of what was going through my head. And when I was looking into the style of all the comic lines, I remember I didn't really have a specific style back then, and it was something that I was really wanting to work towards. And I'm so happy because now I've figured out the style, but what I was thinking before was like, should I use these lines all the time? They're pretty fun. Do I do that as my statement style? Do I do this? Do I do that? And I think I was really overthinking what I was going to do for my specific style. And I'm really grateful that over time I've kind of ended up with some like signature things that I tend to put into my paints. I think usually like the comic lines, the seam lines, like the fabric folds. So it's nice that I feel like I kind of have come a bit more of a long way since even in the mentality of my last one, because I remember that's what I was thinking. Yeah, Zero. It really is like memorization in a lot of cases, which is such a shame because I sometimes feel like people forget that you can learn a lot of stuff on your own. And being able to teach yourself is also really good. It's kind of one of the things that when it comes to university, I think a lot of people are a bit confused because a lot of university is self-teaching alongside the teaching with the university, and I think a lot of the people don't necessarily understand that. I'm not saying it's everything and you have to learn everything on your own. I just think there's a massive chunk, and it kind of teaches you that you have to study a lot on your own to gather new information to use. And I think that's a big thing that it teaches you. But yeah. Mystique is a zombie. Oh, because it's blue. I wonder when we'll have zombie era again. When like everything in the world is like obsessed with zombies, including Hollywood. There was going to be 2 to 3 Walking Dead films. Hi, Observant, how are you? No, I definitely don't think for a while. I'm glad. But I wonder. Yeah, I really wonder when we'd get that again. Is that why? Zero? I thought he left the show because he was going to do something else. Is The Walking Dead finished now? Like, genuinely finished? Oh no, they're starting up a spin-off, aren't they? It is 9:20 p.m. Oh, really? Okay, I stopped watching the show because it was too much for me. I was bored. I got bored of it. Anyway. Oh, this is much better. Anyway. I was really... So, personally, I'm like, let it die. But that's also just a personal thing because I got bored of it and I couldn't be... I can't believe it was still going. Secondly, I remember when it was in its prime day of The Walking Dead and zombie era, reading an article where somebody figured out if they followed the comics as initially they kind of were doing to a T, there would be 16 seasons. And I remember in the prime I was like, don't do that. 16. 16. Yeah, they carried it on way too long. It went on far too long. Can you imagine 16 series? You never... Sorry, how many seasons were there in the end, Zero? It started to feel like Fast and Furious. Did things start... 11! I think I watched up to 5 and I was so bored. I'm genuinely surprised it managed to go on so long. And I started to feel like the things that were happening were a bit eye-rolly. They were a bit like... Oh, what a surprise. Do you know? When things start to feel a bit silly. Just so much walking. Like, you just can't believe how much walking there was. Fortify was peak. I think for me it might be 1 and 3. Really, Zero? That's so boring. Yeah, because there was that cliffhanger, wasn't there, that everyone was speaking about with Glenn. But that to me was like almost like the height of the show. That was an awful cliffhanger. In the sense of like, no one could wait. Yeah. You stopped watching after Glenn. I loved Glenn. I was really upset about that. And then things that were happening, I just felt like were frustrating. There was the guy who had the mullet. He really annoyed me when the thing is, like, we spoke about it on stream before, and somebody pointed out, like, they kind of got it, and I kind of changed my mind a little bit, but I still find it frustrating. The guy who pretended that he knew the answer to, like, the vaccine or something, but he just, like, hid it away. Eugene, thank you. But he was pretending because so he could stay alive, because he knew he wasn't strong enough to stay alive on his own. Worthless, like, yeah. And somebody pointed out, they said, like, if I was in the same situation and I knew I didn't have a chance of survival, I might do the same thing. Would you? And I was like, But I think the guilt of everyone going out of the way for me, dying for me, would change that. So I understand. I think it doesn't make me like him more, but I think it made me understand him more. But I just, I don't think I got to the point where he was actually okay, San, because I stopped at the beginning of season 5 for me. I got pretty bored by them. But I think there was just a few too many things that I was like, that were just happening. You know when you just feel a bit like, I don't think I can take this anymore. I don't think I can put myself through it. No, he wasn't. And I used to feel like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I used to feel like it would be so catastrophic because they'd all get split up. But then an episode later, they'd all walk into each other and be like, oh my god, how did we find each other? I just followed the train tracks and you would also follow the train. And it just felt a bit like, oh. I liked Abraham a lot. Yeah, I really liked Abraham. No way! That I didn't know that, observant. Glenn was great. Glenn is the voice of Mark in The Invincible. We like Mark. I remember watching Invincible and be like, oh my god, Glenn. Yep, there's going to be some more teeth in this one. Well, it was because that character got fired, so... Well, it was because that character... Oh, the guy that created the comic book got fired. He what? The guy who wrote it? Hi, Knitting, how are you? Did that genuinely happen? I didn't know that. No. They had a massive disagreement. Why? What happened? Knitting, we're talking about The Walking Dead. That was season 3. Was it? Season 2 was the writer's strike, wasn't it? Whoa. I did not know that information. Merle, Shane and Dale left. Over budget issues. Really? I'm good. Thank you so much for asking. They were really good characters as well. Damn, I had no idea about that. Thanks for telling me. I genuinely didn't know. Wow. They were all amazing characters as well. All those characters were good characters. Not like... strong characters, I think. That's a better word, isn't it? They were strong characters in that made it, at first, really interesting. Damn, really? That he was inexperienced as a showrunner? No. Wow. That's so interesting. I had never known about that. I wonder if they regret it because of how it's kind of like turned out. I just need to film the next section, but I'm still going to be here. I just have to mute it because of the audio. So I'm still here, but one sec. Feel free to keep telling me all this information, though. This is so interesting to me. So like, oh, hang on, it's going to take me a minute to connect it. Hang on. So like, over like budget issues of like what was meant to happen in the story, and they were like, we can't afford that. Because that's awful. Not like awful, but it's such a shame because clearly knew what he was doing writing the show, or writing the story. Because the season 1 was really successful. Okay, one sec. I just need to record the next thing. Okay. I did the recording. It says I need to charge my camera though, so... 200 million! Zero, what's the date of that article? Is that that's the name, Robert Kirkman. I was thinking, I was like, oh, there's a really big name as well. 200 million, is that just soon? No! Seriously? 5 months ago! 200 million! Whoa! Thoughts it's taken what? Yeah, so the reason why I wanted to know when was because I wanted to know if it was recent due to so we know kind of like what's happened in the story since, or if it was like a few years ago and they've continued since then. You know what I mean? So I was just kind of like trying to get my head around like roughly when. Thank you for the hydrate. Hey, Presently, it does the thing. Yeah, I was trying to figure out, like, if they had the lawsuit and they kind of carried on with more seasons, or if they had the lawsuit and they had stopped doing some stuff. So that's what I was wondering. It's a continuation. That's crazy. Damn. Well, good job this is a micro USB-B, and I know exactly where to find it. 1 second, I'm going to plug my camera in. See if I can charge it a little bit. Lucky me, I've got loads of those. Did you know that there was a meeting point? Yes, but I only actually knew because somebody else came in and did that, and I was like, wait, what? And then that's how I found out. It was because of the same thing that you just did. Hi, Nostro, how are you? Yeah, 200 million. The suit is definitely still going to take a while, yeah. That's crazy. 200 million? Yeah, Robert Kirkman. I was thinking, I was like, I know that. I was like, I just couldn't put my finger on the guy's name. Okay. Plug that in there. And then maybe somewhere else. Is this one? No, that was that one. This one! No, I want that one. Okay. This one! No! Oh my god. I had 1 out of 4 options to get it right, and I got all of them wrong. Right, I'm just gonna try and charge my camera a bit more. Ow! Okay. Okay. Let me try and adjust the settings so you can see we're not streaming in the dark. Presently, do you know what? I did it a few years ago. I don't remember because I saw it in a travel streamer's stream. I think if you go to Google and type in convert currency bot for Twitch chat, I think that's what I typed in to get it. But I can't remember what it is or how I linked it. I can't remember what I did. I've had it for a few years now, but I looked for it based on currency. That's what I was looking for initially. Settle for the amount, so it'll probably end up being 100. Okay. You had lovely weather today. Oh, what did you do today? Just see well in the dark. The name of the artist I showed earlier, the one with the teeth, the teethy one. Hmm. Mm-hmm. She's so cool. That's a lot of money. Of course, no worries. Yeah, she's so cool. Okay, I'm gonna finish my food and then we'll carry on with the paint. Oh. Oh yeah, presently. Honestly, if I remembered, I'd tell you. But that's what I was looking for. I was looking for a currency converter for Twitch chat. And then I found it. Aw, 0. Yeah, because I initially put it in because when I went to Japan, I wanted it to be easy for people to be like, exclamation mark yen to USD or whatever. Oh my god, I did so many edits yesterday. It had been really annoying me that I hadn't finished them. Whip. Nostra, that sounds so nice. Noella, oh my god. Look, we all have those days, but I'm glad you finally figured it out. It was so nice. Oh, I'm happy for you, Nostro. Okay, so then I made this part green. If it was just horribly timed, can you imagine if it really was just that horribly timed? Okay, so for anyone who's just joined, the reason what I'm doing today is I have been really wanting to redo my pop art zombie for years, but not necessarily, sorry, redo. I wanted to do another one, but I was really happy with this color scheme. I thought it was really fun and I really liked it. It took me a long time to be able to find like a color scheme and create a pop art zombie that was kind of more like my own. Because I didn't want to just recreate, because there's so many. It's a really popular thing to do. And so I was like, oh, like I really want to find one that, you know, feels like it's mine. And so it took me ages to kind of make it and figure it out how I was, like the colour scheme in particular. And I've been trying to think of another one since, but there hasn't really been one that I've been like, yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. But then I was looking at it again. So I was looking at this piece and I was like, well, what if I just redo it? Hi, Hailey. How are you? It's me. Welcome on in, Hailey. I hope you've had a good day so far. Of course, LNZ. Could I get a ban? Absolutely not. You've met your yearly quota. I couldn't possibly do such a thing. You just got in from work? Oh, I hope you had a good day. Okay. I'm just figuring out how I'm gonna play this one. Let's see, what brush have I not washed that I can use that won't add to my more brushes to wash pile? Do I have one? Do I have such a brush? Maybe we can try use this one and see if this one works. There is no escape. Hi, Star Wars lady, how are you? No. Nope. We gotta get a new brush. That's okay. Look, LNZ, I don't appreciate how right you are, okay? Aw, Star Wars lady, that's so cute. What snacks do you have? We will help Mel remember it. With the power of community on my side. Veggie sandwich and spicy veggie soup. And oh my god, that sounds gorgeously delightful. thank you so much for the 10 months. Thank you so much. That is so kind. Thank you so much. How's your day treating you so far? It's a Monday for sure. Aww. Looking good, thank you. Slowly getting somewhere. I've been really distracted. We were talking about loads of stuff, but like the most notable one was The Walking Dead comic writers suing AMC for 200 million. 200 million. Why? Wait, did someone have the copy pasta of what it was? Turns out there was loads of like messy behind the scenes stuff going on with AMC and The Walking Dead. They pronounce Bale wrong. No, because they pronounce Carl wrong. Coral. Coral. So stupid. Like I'm so no, I'm not sorry. That was ridiculous. That was ridiculous. And I think what's the most ridiculous thing is out of all of everything in The Walking Dead, I think that's the thing that stuck with me the most. And it was a really, really, really emotional part of like big part of the show, wasn't it? I mean, I can play chess, but I'm pretty terrible at it. Poker chess. You should sue your keyboard for 200 million. Hi Yanks, how are you? Oh, really, Harris? You managed to get it that quick? That's quite nice that you were able to borrow one. This looks amazing. Oh, thank you. I mean, we're slowly getting somewhere. I still think it's got a lot to go, but even though she, oh my god, sounds like me. I don't think I'm physically capable of selling a console. I don't think, I genuinely, I know it sounds so silly, I just don't think I could do it. Like, I love my consoles so much, and I ended up like kind of collecting them over time. Oh my god, how am I going to do this? You haven't outplayed one. Do you mostly use PC, or you don't really play in general? What might have been quite nice as well is like, because you borrowed it, like it made you want to complete it more. You do PC games. The thing that I've kind of learned is I like, please don't get me wrong, I love my PC so much. I really do. And I like playing a lot of games on it, but sometimes I kind of associate it with work. Also, I'm really bad at FOMO. I get like when they're like, oh yeah, well it's an exclusive, so you can't have it. Yes, I can. 100% Star Wars lady. Yeah, I find that so relaxing to game, like on the sofa or like in bed. It is definitely a different vibe. Not that I prefer it, but it's very different, and sometimes it's nice to have a bit of a break from it. Since it's, yeah. I think the thing that's disappointed me about console is having to pay for online over the past few years. I think that's been a big disappointing change. I know it used to just be Xbox, but I think overall, like, that's been such a shame that you have to pay like a big internet fee to do it. Did you finish all of the Resident Evil games, Lindsay? Also, thank you very much, guys, for these really tiny makeup brushes. because they're making a massive difference. It's so much easier. Only the ones you own? Hmm. Which is still 5. It's still quite a lot. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is fill in the teeth and then go over parts of the teeth with yellow. Cockroach Stimulator. Do you know what? I haven't opened it yet. There's too many great games I just simply can't pick. I'll definitely give it a go for sure. I was actually thinking at some point we could just have a day of playing like a lot of fun, a few ridiculous games. Poppy's Playtime, yeah, exactly. I was going to go through quite a few of them. Oh my god! Okay. I missed one. Okay, that's good. I feel like we're getting a little bit closer now. It feels like we've got somewhere. Aww, Star Wars Lady, I love that emote so much with a little blush. Whew. Okay. You. We got most of the teeth lined out. Okay, then let's make some of these have a bit more depth. Oh my god, Harris, I saw that too. They've added some new stuff to it. I was considering playing it again, but at the moment I'm really pretty hyper focused on my makeup looks. So I don't know when I'll play it again, but I thought that was really exciting that they've added some more stuff to it. Hi Gamerly, how are you? Oh my god, Observant, what is it? As the devs cartoon violence. Okay, well now I want to play. Oh, Observer, thank you so much. Gosh, this is tough. Oh my gosh. Okay. Now I'm a bit nervous, so I'm going to take my eyeliner pen and I'm going to try... I think the playlist just ended. Sorry, 1 minute. I'm going to take my... Oh, what have I done? Oh my gosh. What have I done? I'm going to take my eyeliner pen and I'm going to, like, just go around bits of it. In the hopes that I'm going to give it enough... give it enough contrast with the eyeliner pen. We hope, anyway. Whew. You like the teeth? Thanks. I'm using a reference from another artist. She's called Ginathu. I think that's how we pronounce her name anyway. And to me, she's like teeth queen. She always paints her teeth in a really interesting way. So I'm trying to see if I can like learn from her. It's because it's my real teeth. Kind of. You wouldn't be the first to get bitten. Look, no, it's so true though. So true! I've been biting my moderator cards when I give them things. I've had great feedback from it so far. This part's tough because it feels like I can't talk while I'm doing it because I'm working on my mouth. Yes, I am Star Wars Lady. trying to. My camera's currently on charge because it looked like it was going to run out. Tooths, so many of them. I find painting teeth really hard. It's definitely not one of my strengths yet, but hopefully in due time I'll be able to practice more and get better at painting teeth. Our label machine's broken. No. Ghost has messaged. Has apparently been like spending this time trying to fix it. And messaged Amazon like, it's broken. Can you please replace it? Or what's gonna happen? So that's a little bit annoying. Hopefully we get it fixed. Also, he got me some more water because I was dying. Alright, hang on. Well, I guess it's also pop arty anyway, so it doesn't have to be too perfect everywhere. But also, it's me, it has to be perfect everywhere. And then we'll go around here. And there, so this part's going to be more brain vibes. And then I think after this, I'm going to do the eye makeup because it feels weird. It feels like it doesn't look quite right until I kind of put some more balance in. So I'm just going to line out my eyeliner because I always like it when I do that. So let's do that real quick. Let's be real speedy. Because this part is pretty much no sweat for me. Everything else, sweat. This part, no worries. Juggle, thank you so much. 9 months. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much. How are you doing today? Thank you. Thank you so much for wanting to support me for so long. Thank you. Is that what? Okie dokie. Okie dokie artichoke. The bat signal? What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Thank you so much. Oh my god, I really had no idea what you're on about. Thank you so much. Thank you. You truly got me. I was like, I don't know what I'm talking about right now. Thank you so much. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you. That is very kind of you. And I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good night, LNZ. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Have a good one. It was the bat signal. Hey. Thank you so much. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Very good. Very well set up. Ah, delightful. Okay, I'm going to make my eyebrows yellow because we're going to also wear a yellow wig when we come to do this. So we'll get it to match as close as possible. There we go. Oh! Yanks, thank you so much for gifting to... Oh my gosh, did you... Thank you so much. Thank you. Unlocked a hype train as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for gifting to Observant. I hope you love the emotes. They're all Lara Croft. Guys, thank you so much for kicking off this hype train. Are you kidding? Thank you so much. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you. Thank you so much. 77%. The holy number. Ba ba. And the 7th sub this week so far. Wow. Wow. Mushroom! Thank you so much! Oh my gosh! Thank you so much! Thank you so... I'm too early. Thank you so much! Yeah. Thank you! Oh my goodness gracious! Thank you so much! That is so kind! You guys, unbelievable support. Yet again, thank you so much. What on earth? Thank you so much for being so kind. Thank you so much. Heck, thank you. Thank you so much. This is very kind of you all. Thank you. Thank you. I mean it with 1,000 thank yous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You have no idea how much this helps. Thank you so much. Gosh, you're all so fabulous. Thank you so, so much. Oh, okay, this part of the eyebrow is going to be tricky, so bear with me. Beep, beep. Whoo. Whoo. Okay. Meow. Meow. Whew. Whew. New goals. Look, maybe you have a point. Maybe, just maybe, you have a point. You guys always want new goals. Oh, Harris. That's so funny. Damn. Damn these brows. Holy hell. Thank you so much, guys. Okay, let's see. So new goals, because you guys are incredible. The bits one, you've already done 5,000. Thank you so much. All right, and then the headpiece. Let's change the dono goal. It's taken 7 years, but chat has a point. Hi, Captain. How are you? What else was there gonna be? Some stuff that I needed. And the prize is to watch your Mel. There you go. That's your trophy. Your winnings. Let's think. What else have I had to pick up recently? We've already done some filament. I had to get some more filament. We did some amazing wigs. Do you guys, am I allowed to be really cheeky? And I have a work job next week in London. Can I put my train ticket? Please, can I put my train ticket? It's expensive. It's really expensive. Be cheeky. Train ticket. The train ticket. Thanks, guys. The train ticket's always silly prices. Train ticket. I hate how expensive they are. Oh my god, that's wrong price. 2 Killstar voucher. Oh, I realised actually, Zero, what would be better would be a voucher, because Killstar, it gets sent directly to me, so that's no problem. It would actually be a better idea to send it for doing vouchers for other places. So I thought that was actually a smart idea for that instead. Oh, I'm so strong! Anyway, sorry, I just flicks. Thanks, guys. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. Really, Nate? Did you immediately become best friends? Because if not, why not? Just kidding. Right, let me have a look. Let me have a look. Oh, that one's a cute one as well. They had great taste. Whew, thank you so much for the hype train, guys. Thank you. Peter, the trains are terrible. They really are. I feel like I've drawn a bomb on my forehead instead of a brain. Quick! Quick, change it! Anonymous, thank you for the 777. Easton will see it as Patrick. That was such a funny one. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for the 777. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Till June 9th. That's disgusting. Honestly, it's so expensive. Like, I have a rail card. Mr. Piggy. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yanks, ticket, done. Train snack goal complete. Thank you. Thank you so much. No. 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 This is really kind. And honestly, I really appreciate this. Thank you so much. The reason why is because I am very well aware that I kind of like have to stream a little bit less. An extra 77 for snacks. Because I do have a few more sponsored and paid jobs now. I don't know about that, I'm sushing. But the fact that you guys are happy to like help me get fund and, you know, get some of those jobs and opportunities is really kind, because I suppose one of the things that no, thank you so much. Thank you for the snacks. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it, because it's kind of like you guys are in full support that I should go to, and you want to help me get to these opportunities. I expressed it last year that I was really sad, because some opportunities, like at the end of the day, money does buy them, because sometimes you can't afford to go. And that's really heartbreaking when you've been given an amazing opportunity. I'm really grateful that every time I've had an opportunity come up and I've had to be like, guys, like there's something, and you've all helped. So thank you so much. That is so kind, because it's very supportive over like me trying to like branch out and go do cool stuff. And I, you know, like I really appreciate that. So thank you so much. Thank you. That's really, really kind. And I really appreciate it. Support smell on a snack level. Thank you. That's unbelievable. Thank you so much. We are a team. Yeah, it's very lovely. Because I think, and I'm not saying like anybody who's new doesn't get the value of it. That's not what I'm saying. I just think like, I think a lot of people who have been here from the beginning have seen like, this is very different. I'm in a very different place to where I was at the beginning of me doing this on Twitch, and the opportunities are rather new as well. So I'm kind of trying to take on and, you know, do as much with the opportunities as possible. So thank you for helping that as well. Hence no flexibility. Yeah. Oh my god. I find those really stressful, because sometimes there'll be like one train will be delayed, and then what? Then what, the next one? Thank you very much. That is really kind, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Aw, smashing, really? You just ordered some new sub stickers that chat made you run out with? I can't even. Like, people are really nice to me, and I really appreciate it. It's definitely been really tough. I feel like it was really tough to kind of like establish myself. But honestly, a lot of people have been really supportive from the get-go, and I really can't be more. you guys, I don't think, could be any more generous. So I really appreciate it. So you just slogged through it? No. No. Usually, I've always found a way to make a game fun. To be honest, I think that's more than possible in most instances. Like, you can find a way to make it silly and quite happy. I think it can be tough sometimes, but there's always something. There's always something that you can focus on. To have a bit of a laugh with. Maybe I wouldn't play the game again, but usually, you know, like, I'm pretty happy. Something I pay, yeah, like that, and the thing is like, that's not really something I care about. I just personally, like, and obviously, like, we have different things when we obviously go into gaming. I just want to have a bit of a laugh, to be honest with you. Yeah, like, yeah, you can, and that's how I kind of feel. I usually, like, enjoy the game for, like, at least a day or something, and, like, I just like playing around. Because, like, for instance, I might not be focusing on what they might want me to focus on, but I'm still having a great time with the game, and I think, you know, like, to me, that's important. But yeah, maybe I wouldn't play the game again. But I don't see a problem with that. Like, that's fine. Also, sometimes we get to play the game before it gets launched. I will say, every time that's happened, I've forgotten to do it. and then like expired the pre-game period. And then not being able to play. So I've just had to go in straight raw onto the stream. But that's a me problem. So I know full well that's my thing. Oh my god, Peter, what a lovely thing to say. Thank you so much. Thank you. I honestly, ultimately, I think it comes down to, like, gratitude, really. Like, I think you can be grateful for a lot, and I think that it would be nice if some people remembered, you know, to be a little bit more gratuitous in general. Oh, you never used it until the planet. Really? Thank you so much, Danny. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Oh, I missed out the nose. Let's do that now. make a game your own too. Like, I didn't know Halite was a driving simulator. I wasn't sure you'd like Hitman, but it ended up being a community. But like, this is what I mean, is like, sometimes you do like find your own way and like to make certain games fun. And I like doing that personally. Like, I like playing a game, but playing it my way, which I will say, I think is great for me. Not so great if I'm collabing or playing co-op with someone else who's definitely not used to or prepared for my style of gaming. AKA Lou from PlayOn. I don't think she really knew what was going on. Did you guys see the video? I loved the video that she edited. It was so funny. Because it made me realise, like, because I hadn't even paid attention to the fact where I was like, you need to go do this, you need to go do this. And then she ran off and did it. And then when she was like, and I was like, oh, it doesn't matter. But she literally pressed the button. I'm just waiting for my ninjas. So annoyed at my ninja stars. Another part that I really liked from her edit was when it was like, get off, and then you just see Amy like bang, and then just like straight back out again. Like, her screen must have looked absolutely chaotic. And the thing is like, I don't really get that, because that's just my style of gameplay. Like, I'm just like, I'm going to do this, like, just do what you want, but I'm doing this because I've realised that this is a thing. And or I'll turn around and be like, oh, I didn't even notice something was there. Like, I know that I am very I'm doing this now. I'm forgetful, I don't know what's going on. I am very aware that I am stressful to play with. I was hoping Mel was like, this is not the one. Jeff, there was a, let me get the link. Actually, I'll pop it on the screen. They uploaded a TikTok of, of the video. Hang on. I'll play it a couple of times for you guys so you can see. Yes, that 88, exactly. It is exactly that. Right, let me move some stuff out the way. And I want to make sure that you guys can hear this, so hang on. Window capture. Okay, hang on a minute, hang on a minute, hang on a minute, hang on a minute. Oh my gosh, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Some of you guys have commented on it already, thank you. Okay, right, okay. Let me click off it. And then... How do I make it do the thing again? Oh my god! My back button isn't working. Okay, here we go. I'll just let it play a few times. Oh, no, it's fine. It's not a problem. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Just turn it on! Yeah, you do that and I'll chuck my ninja stars. Yeah, thank you for contributing. Thank you for contributing! I just have to wait for my ninja stars to... Yeah. Oh, right, okay. I got stars to respond. Alright. Look, that was easy.
We did that first time.
Just...
What are you doing here? No, you're in the game.
She's like highlighting my... It's so cute. Wait, no, turn the electricity on. Turn the electricity.
Wait, I'm being chased by the chunky boys.
Oh no, it's fine. It's not a problem. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Just turn it on.
Yeah, you do that and I'll chuck my ninja stars. Yeah.
Like critical.
I just have to wait for my ninja stars to... Yeah. Oh, right, okay. I got the ninja stars to respond. Alright. Look, that was easy.
We did that first time.
I swear to what are you doing here?
No, you're in the
It's literally me right now.
Lou, turn the electricity on. Lou,
Wait!
Lou.
Turn the electricity on! Turn the electricity
I don't matter. I just did it. Oh, it was a really good video and I thought it was really funny. She did a really good job. This is what I mean. I know that for someone who's not really used to my kind of gameplay style, I know this is an absolute catastrophe of frustration. So Lou was actually level 18. Thank you so much, Star Wars Lou. Lou was level 18. So she had a load of guns, but we were playing my save. I didn't have any guns. The only ranged weapon I had was a ninja star. But I had to wait like a minute for my ninja star to respond. So I'd chuck the ninja star and be like, okay, we have to wait now. I'll help you in a second. It's me delegating jobs to my children. I was wondering what was going on in her head at the moment. Hearing Bell chatting like, no, it's a mistake. I was my ninja stars. And I think for ages as well. I think she was trying to like not use guns. She's a higher level at a good point. She's like, no, this is too much. Okay, I need to shade my brain. Oh my god, until I put the wrinkles in, I was literally smooth brain. It's okay, now we've got wrinkle brain. I'm now wiser than I was at the beginning of the stream. I grew in some wrinkles. Now I'm smooth, now I'm thinky. Beforehand, no thinky. Okay. Let's add some shading. Around it, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's good. I've really been taking my time today. I'm actually, in comparison to everything else I've done, I'm actually quite slow today, but I don't mind. I'm enjoying spending all of this lovely time with you all. Also, this weekend, I think I might paint Wonder Woman again. I've never painted Wonder Woman before, and that's really important to know. But anyway, so I was thinking of painting Wonder Woman.
Charge complete.
Thanks, headphone lady. I appreciate it. Because I found a statue of Wonder Woman. Oh, I lost the picture. Oh, is it here? Have I got it now? No, I lost the picture. I think Ghost has it. Of a statue of Wonder Woman for the second time. Look. Leave it out. Leave me alone. I enjoy all of your Wonder Woman variations. Thank you. Me too. I've got to be honest with you. I don't actually think it's like the 10th time. I think it's more like the 17th that I've painted Wonder Woman. I've painted her so many times. Do you know what it is? I will say, to me, she's a mixture of. She's really fun to paint because she's kind of got a mixture of really bold colours, but also the armour. I love painting armour. So I think that's why I keep getting drawn to painting her. Anyway, not that I care, because I'm just literally just going to carry on painting her until I get bored. So every time I find like a new variation of Wonder Woman, I'm like, ooh. I'm telling you now, it's taken all of my power to stop me from just doing the grayscale Wonder Woman. Every week I'm like, ooh. are so epic. I love them. The reason why is because I paint her so often. So often. And I can't think of any more cool video edits to do for her, so I keep kind of recycling the same ideas. Not that I really mind too much. But I try and space out a few of them just to make sure I'm not always doing the exact same thing. But I love painting Woman of War. I really, really enjoy painting armor. Catch them all and put them in a box. I mean, I'd love to do that, Nostro. One time I went to a cat cafe and I found a cat that had thumbs. Yes, I have seen the Crime Syndicate Wonder Woman. Good night, May. Thanks for spending time here. I hope you have a good day tomorrow. Are called Hemingway. Right, okay. I didn't know they had a name. It was really strange to see. In Florida Keys. Sorry, is Florida Keys a place in Florida? Is that a silly question? Yes, it is. Right, okay. How interesting. Can they do, like, more interesting things, like knitting? It's the little island chair. Oh, right, okay. The little island at the end. Oh, right. Thanks for explaining. Squidgy brain. Is there... Yeah. My brain is juicy. American geography is hard, even... I mean, it's... Honestly, it's a big space, right? That's divided up into lots of big spaces. I can remember one time I was streaming on Twitch, and I remember someone got really annoyed at me, and they were sorry, that's the wrong word. Somebody thought it was laughable that I couldn't name all 50 American presidents. And I was like, can you name all kings and queens of the UK? Why would I, who doesn't live there, have the full encyclopedia of them? Like, as if other countries don't have their own history. But thankfully, I think I've only ever had one person like that. Just thinking like, no, I'm not the problem here, you are. More English rulers than presidents. There's been so many. There's been so many. But I don't know why they would thought I would know all of them, and that it was silly that I didn't know. Clownery, tomfoolery. Alright, look, what I'm doing now is adding in a bit more shading around this tier. But definitely not in order. Yeah. Americans, I feel like, don't get taught about other countries as much as in school. At least was my experience, which tends to make us all very self-centered about our history. I think that might be the case in quite a lot of things, like just not necessarily being aware. I also think what's hard, and this is not me coming for you guys in America, is America is big, right? And I think it's expensive to travel anyway. So I think when you even consider another country, the idea of it is hard if you are very low income, because if you end up driving for 7 hours, you're still in America. You drive for 13 hours, you're still in America. You drive for 20 hours, you're still in America. Then it's like your whole world is then America. When there are so many other countries that out there. But for me, if I drive 3 hours, I can be in Belgium. If I drive 7 hours, I can be in Italy. That's a lie. I can be in France. If I drive, how long did it take? 20 hours, I can be in Italy. Like, I can go on holiday to France. I can ski to Italy. And I think, yeah, so because it's very easy for us. And then also, when I go to that other country, I'm very aware that they might not speak my language. So I think it comes down as well to, like, also what you can be exposed to. I think it's really hard as well if you are very low income, because I'll cross the border and someone I won't be able to converse with someone. So you have to then obviously learn to respect the language barrier a bit more, and you kind of learn, like, you know, things work differently in other countries where they have different rules, they have different languages, they have a different culture, they have a different system, but they still function perfectly fine. So you can have different rules in different places. And I think sometimes when you can get boxed in with the US, like, you go so far and you're still in the same place, everyone still speaks the same language, or everything is written in the same language, that it can make your world seem very small for what you're exposed to. So I think it must be quite shocking for so, like, for me, like, I find it confusing. I'm like, well, that's ridiculous, obviously it's just in another language. But I've had the privilege to travel a lot, but also because of where I'm based, if I wanted to go on, like, a fairly cheap holiday, I could drive to Belgium, but they will probably won't speak my language. And I think it comes down to, like, what you're also exposed to as well. You know what I mean? I think sometimes it can be unfortunate. Yeah, I think a lot of it can be down to education and stuff, but I also think your location, the way that it's structured, like, the cost of being able to even leave the country is so great that it forces a lot of people to stay within. And then I think sometimes it's very easy to get tunnel vision for it. Yeah, and I think that's what quite confusing, because Meg's always said, like, it's strange for a lot of people when they go from the US to try and go to Alaska, but they have to go through Canada, but they don't understand that they've got different rules in Canada. You can't bring anything you want because you have to cross the border for Canada to get to Alaska, to get back to the US. But a lot of people don't understand. They get a lot of stuff that's seized at the border, and they don't get it. But it's like, yes, but that's just your final destination. But you can't come into this country with that. You can't do that. But a lot of people don't understand. And I think it's kind of like, oh my gosh. But then also in Canada, you have the side that's very, very French as well. So I think for Canada, there's a lot more understanding of it because you have the French side of Canada as well. And Canada's big, but a lot of Canada is not necessarily habitable, right? But it's still huge. So I think there's a lot of stuff that ends up forcing you. Yeah, right, Danny, exactly. I think there's a lot of stuff that kind of forces this idea of tunnel vision. And I think it's really unfortunate. I wish it wasn't the case. But I have noticed sometimes sometimes it can be quite strange, because it's like, why would every other country know or care that hard when their country's got their own stuff to sort out? Yeah, plastic money. Yeah, we have plastic money here in the UK as well. Yeah, what do they call it? Called funny money, don't they? Like, I will say as well, Danny, like, going to America, your money is stressful. It's so stressful because it's all the same size and it's all green. I hate it. The amount of times and $1 doesn't need to be a note. It doesn't. It doesn't. Why? It can be a coin, That's anyway. And the fact that it's paper is bizarre. You can get destroyed so easy. You can just get wet. So in the UK, we've just started switching over to plastic money over like the past maybe like 10 years. And it makes so much more sense. Also, it doesn't get destroyed as easily and like when you accidentally put everything in the washing machine. Who does that? Coins are a hassle. Not really. I don't personally feel like they are as much of a hassle as if you have a wallet and there's like 10 $1 notes in there and one $50 note and they all kind of look the same. That's very difficult, especially if it's like a $10 because it looks the same as a $1. Also consider tourists. When it all looks the same, sometimes it can be confusing because like our money in the UK, I don't have money to show you, but like a £50 note is a different size to the £20 note. The £5 note is also a different size. It's also a different colour. So you can identify it very quickly. What the amount is by colour, or you can find it very quickly via size. And when everything is the same, it makes it hard because you have to physically read the number instead of being able to associate what it is, because you could read it wrong sometimes. If you just see a 1 on the 10, you can mistake it for a $1 if it's behind one. Like, and I know it's like, oh, well, who would do something, but like sometimes people are in a rush and they make mistakes, so it makes it easier. It's just more user friendly. That have a hole in it, as in the coins. Yeah, Canadian money is different coloured, I think. You used to have $2 bills, did you? But ultimately, at the moment now, a lot of people use contactless, right? But so, especially for tourists, it's confusing. As a tourist, whenever I go to the US, I prefer to use my travel card. But sometimes when I have to use notes, it is like I feel like I have to really pay attention to what I'm doing. And sometimes, like, you know, it is a bit frustrating. But in general, I think sometimes things like this, because from what I've learned is like a lot of Americans who I've spoken to who have traveled a lot, seem to be a bit more aware that, you know, other countries can completely function completely fine with a completely different set of rules. And unfortunately, like, traveling is expensive. Like, it's not a cheap thing that you can do. And when I say cheap, I mean like a lot of people who are very, very low income might never get to do it, and I think that's such a shame. But it doesn't, you know, like it's very difficult. What was dirty? What, the money? Oh yeah, Griffin, yeah. Like for accessibility reasons, it's much better. But yeah, it is confusing. But yeah, it is really confusing. The money thing for me really winds me up. Same currency, yeah. Imagine being colorblind, and everything is green. Like, because if you're colorblind in the UK, obviously I don't know Canadian money, so I'm not going to talk on that. But there's enough contrast that you'll be able to tell that it's a bit different. Because when I was doing graphic design, sometimes you just had to make things different enough with enough contrast that when you put it in grayscale, you can tell it's a completely different color. You can tell it's something that's different, or it's categorized differently because the shades of gray are completely different. But like dollars, they're the same, so it's hard to associate the differences between it. However, there's a lot of dollars that you guys have in circulation. So I know it's not just as quick as like, let's just change it out like we do in the UK, because now we have a king, so now we have to change all of the money out, and all the stamps and everything has to be changed, which I always feel like it's just a waste of money. But I'm glad that a lot of it is very digital, because, you know, there's less of it to kind of like worry about, I suppose. But then you got a lot of coins. Peter. Oh no. But yeah, so I think if anything, I understand where comments like, how do you not know all of the presidents of the US? It's like vital history kind of come from, but it's a shame. Yeah, Jeff, yeah, I don't really like having cash. I can see where it comes from, but I do think it's a shame, because I think it kind of, I zero. I think it's a shame because I think it kind of shows like they don't necessarily realize that there's a lot of other countries out there that, you know, we're not, that our focus in life isn't, gosh, wake up every morning, think about the US, wake up every day, dreaming of being in the US. Like, it's just not the case. It's like, you know, you can live in other countries and like be happy that you're in another country. So it makes sense how some of the, yeah, 100% Harris. That's what I was mentioning earlier. Is like you go, hang on. Like you can go, like 1,000 miles west and you're still in the US. You can go 150 miles northeast and you're still in the US. You can travel for like 3 days and you're still in the US. Like, and that to me is crazy. Like the size of the US is wild, and definitely not for me because I think I'd go nuts. But for me, like, I travel 20 hours. I'm probably in Italy. Driving. I'm assuming driving. I don't even dream about the US. I mean, going from South US to, say, New York is almost like different countries. Yeah. Which I think is quite interesting because I would have thought that would have led to more of an understanding, but I don't think it has. But I do think that's quite I do think it's interesting that it hasn't necessarily had the effect that I would have thought it would have had. I think this eyeliner pen's about to run out. But I mean, ultimately, like, I think it is a shame. I think if traveling was more affordable and easier, you know, if people had better wages and were able to see more, I think it would really help a lot of things. But ultimately, I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. But it's definitely a shame. Like, it is something that I think would really benefit a lot of people to just be aware and see that, you know, you can go to another country and things are fine. Also, one of the things that used to really annoy me so much was when I was working in Japan. Obviously, everything is in yen. For obvious reasons, if I'm in Japan, that's the currency. And for some reason, I used to get tipped a lot in dollars, US dollars. But sometimes, like, the people who would do it would act as if, like, it's the holy grail of money. And I'd just be like, I don't know, like, now, I don't know what you want me to do with this. Like, I'd get, like, I'd get, like, two $1. And they'll be like, keep it. It's US dollars. And I would just think, like, we work in yen here. I don't know what you want me to... I don't understand, like... It's borderline useless. Now I don't understand why they've given me this and acted as if it's really useful.
Charge complete.
No, thank you. No, thank you. It's fine. It's a USD. So bizarre. Now I have to go to the exchange office. But, like, I knew they had yen because in Japan, cash is king. So I was like, I'd just be really confused as to why they were doing it. I didn't really understand. Like, and I think, and like, they used to do it quite a lot in quite a lot of hotels. They give you, they're like, you want my high profile US dollars? And it was just really bizarre. It was such a strange thing. I have American money, I'm international. Do you know what, Ken? If that is the case, that's really sad because I work in a ski resort. I'd say 75% of these guests are international. Everyone is borderline international here. Especially if you're, like, staying overnight, because a lot of people in Japan would go for like a day and they would just drive, so they had no reason to stay in the hotels. So it's just so strange. Hi Evelyn, how are you? I had to inform them I was supposed to, like, I'm not the guy you're after. Maybe it's a big way of people get rid of American money. Just give it to the tips. Oh, do you know what? If that's the case, that's so annoying. Maybe you're right, but it's really annoying. It's really irritating. But you're probably right, yeah. Oh, let's just give it away. Damn it. I'm good. Thank you so much for asking. I'm gonna deepen some of the shading here. Rude tips then. It was just very silly. Because I think they thought that I had probably was like dreaming of the US. I can't wait to go to the US and take $2 with me. Really strange. Okay, so again, I'm shading here and I want it to look deeper because zombies naturally would be withering and wasting away. Have you never heard of the American Dream? Of course I've heard of the American Dream. But that doesn't mean that, like, everybody has the American Dream. Right? Like, not everybody wants to live in America. And you can't push that on other people. Yeah, exactly, Ken. Like, it wouldn't work the other way around. I needed more from the coasters. Yeah. V6. But yeah, it's just really strange. Like, it used to happen a lot. Yeah. Very much so. It's very clear. Bizarre. So bizarre. But yeah, that used to be a big thing that would happen all the time. I mean, I never understood it, but... I always wondered how, like, go to Mars. Wonder how... Oh, it's like, what's that film? The one with Leonardo DiCaprio and Jennifer Lawrence. That film was crazy. That was a trip. Oh, was it Don't Look Up? Yeah, that one. That one with the meteorite. Oh, was it? Sorry. Yeah, V6, like, it's not something I would do. I'd be a bit scared. Oh, it's the same one. Yeah, the one... Yeah, the one about the meteorite. Am I in Japan? No. Really, Zero? That's super cool. Did they get a voice line? Do extras get voice lines? Oh, people prefer it, yeah. Just a bizarre thing to do, in my opinion. Like, why are you giving me this? Don't know. Maybe it was their. Maybe it was their first time out of the country. I hope since then they've learned. Oh, do you really? That was actually my next question. But also that sucks. Anyway. Maybe it depends on the film, Danny. But I don't know. Yeah, Jeff, they're made out of vinyl. And you know, when they're playing like pool, they're usually painted tennis balls to be silent. Because otherwise they're quite loud. And then the pool ball noises are added in post. Hi, Kelly, how are you? Unless it's a small film. Okay, good to know. I can't really decide on how I want to do the lips. Probably depends on the size of the production then, doesn't it? Talking about video production, just talking about a few different things really. Oh gosh, my back. It clicked like 3 people. And 3 people? 3 places. Let's have a look. So I think what I'll do now is I'll do the shading around the edge. Lunch provided. Oh, fair enough. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to slowly add some shading around the edges. Tends to mean pizza. Well, pizza's usually pretty easy for everyone, isn't it? Usually. It can get super pricey though. I'd work for pizza. A gimbal. Oh, nice. A DJI. I don't know what gimbal I have. I can't see it from here. There's that new one for with the camera attached to it, isn't there? I've seen a lot of content creators use it to film like YouTube videos and stuff. More IRL. That's by DJI as well. The really tiny thing. I just kind of feel like I'd lose that. She just got to stand. Ah, there, there it is. Nah, it makes sense now. It makes sense now, doesn't it, Zero? Yeah, I got tired of that one. So I think at one point, I think I said to Star Wars Lady, I was like, just get rid of it. Like, I'm so tired. I'm so tired of this one. Oh, my Instagram's been so rubbish recently. I don't know what's going on with it. It's like totally glitching out. Has anybody else got a really, really glitchy Instagram account as well recently? Like, it doesn't load things. If I like try and see my own stories, it usually just comes up with like a refresh button. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. What does that mean? But then I try and download it to like put it on Twitter because that's the easiest thing for me. So I'll tend to do that, and then it will and it'll appear on my camera roll. But then if I go to upload it to Twitter, it's not there. So I don't know. It's like my Instagram's just being really strange. There's lasagna pizza and pizza lasagna. Similar, but both different and looks really good. I've never had lasagna pizza or pizza lasagna. Also, guys, I'm going to let you in on a secret. Today, I woke up because I had a bit of a nightmare. Anyway, later on, about 1:30 p.m, I went back to sleep. It's for a nap. I woke up at 5. That was a good nap. It's quite the nap, isn't it? Ghost was like, "Are you not going to set an alarm?" And I was like, "No, leave me alone." Now I'm going to sleep. He was like, "Okay." And then he had a nap as well. And we both woke up at the same time. And I was just like, and he was like, "Oh dear." Whoops. Anyway, so I basically got nothing done today, but that's fine. I was able to sleep. Brains! How are you doing today, Nasty Leg? Sometimes you just nap until I'm ready. Honestly, I love doing that so much. Oh, I've got therapy tomorrow. I need to pay for that. I've just remembered. Wait, what time? No, I can sleep. Yeah, okay, well, I'll just set an alarm like 5 minutes beforehand. What year is it? Oh my god, that's exactly what it felt like. And that was when I had the dream about the plunger. I woke up and I was confused because I had a dream that apparently we needed a bigger plunger because like the pipe was longer. And I was like, I remember in the dream I was like, I don't think it works that way. And people were like, yes, it does. And I was like, I just don't think it does. Because we were trying to unclog this toilet and the pipe was really long and I don't know. Guys, I just don't know. You like the design? Thank you. So it's actually my own design that I did like 3 years ago, but I wanted to see if I could improve the actual paint. Hi, Feeling. How are you? Wondering what day of the... Yeah, and you genuinely... Because also, when you're ill, time moves just so differently. It doesn't move right. Kind of like when I had COVID. I was really lucky when I had COVID. I had the symptoms, but like my main symptom was fatigue. to the point where I just slept for like a week. I think I slept 20 hours a day. So I got really lucky. I was just asleep like the whole time. But I would wake up confused that whole week. I was so lost as to like where I was. Avish, thank you so much. Welcome on in. How are you? Welcome. Thank you so much for choosing to raid me out of everyone on the platform. Thank you so much. Welcome on in. My name's Mel, mcross07. I like to classify myself as the extreme makeup athlete, and today I'm actually redoing one of my old looks. Thank you so much. How was your stream, lovely? What were you doing today? Thank you so much. This is some of the previous stuff that I've been doing. Welcome on in. Feel free. The page looking great today. Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome on in, raiders. Feel free to run away and, you know, go do all like the post-stream stuff. I totally understand. Or stay. Completely up to you. But no worries if you need to raid and run. Get yourself some snacks. Thank you so much. What were you up to on stream today? Hi, Shadow. How are you? But seeing you painting a zombie today, so had to bring over the army. Ah. How are you liking Dead Island 2? That's so... Do you know what? I mean, I was actually one of their main creators for that campaign, so that's actually really, really apt. That's actually really, really, really well done, to be honest. I made a lot of videos to help launch that game. It's a fun game, yeah. Did you play Dead Island 1? No worries if you didn't, because you don't really need to for the storyline. Do you like the clip? I like the clip. Thank you so much, Stalker Studio. Thank you.
You are one of my biggest inspirations.
Oh, that's so lovely of you to say. Thank you so much. You know what? I didn't even think that this was like zombie, and I've been doing loads of Dead Island stuff recently. Thank you so much. That is so kind. Thank you. You guys have been absolutely phenomenal. Thank you for being so supportive. I've always loved your paint. Amazing. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness gracious. Stop it, you. I know I'm wearing blue, but underneath all this, you're making me go so red. If I wasn't wearing this much paint, you'd realise A, my head is the size of a tennis ball, and B, I'm blushing real hard right now. It does look fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm just slowly improving this old one. I just felt like the shading wasn't quite there with some of it. So I just wanted to improve it. I've been wanting to do a pop art zombie for ages again, but I couldn't put my finger on what I wanted to do because I really liked the colour scheme that I did for this one, and I thought it was really fun. And I was like, oh, I want to do another one, but like, I don't like want to do any other colour scheme. Like, I really don't want to do it green because I felt like if I did it green, it feels too zombie-like, like too classic zombie-like. I was like, I don't want to do that. And so now then I was really confused. And then in the end, I was like, what if I just redo it? The colours are great. Thank you so much. It'll be fun when I get to pull out the wig and go all super yellow. I'm going to figure out how I want to do the inside of the chest My god, this was in 2019, Star Wars Lady. Can you believe it? 2019. I can't believe it. Ooh, right? Forever ago. Of course, Avish. Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much. 2019 V6. Can you remember me doing this look? My all-time. I wouldn't even be able to tell you. I think I've done far too many at this point. That I just don't think I could physically choose. I'm looking up cartoon skeletons. I remember you were doing a few. I really used to struggle with coming up with original designs. Like, it used to be one of the hardest things. And I remember I used to, oh my god, it was so silly. I always, this is what I'm just looking at cartoons. One of the things that I did a full body one. The one with the, like, the to the feet. You remember that one? That was my 21-hour paint. Yeah, that was the one that took me 21 hours. I was fed up of that. I was pretty fed up by the end of it. V6, it's really nice that you remember so many. Thank you for all the time you've spent here. Because I used to want to do this thing where I'd class it as like a Halloween special. And I used to want to like try and go really hard at Halloween. I'd try really hard and I'd do one thing to really challenge myself. I don't miss that anymore because I kind of feel like I used to use Halloween as an excuse to do that, but now I kind of try and find reasons to do that in general anyway. So I don't necessarily feel like, yeah, but that one to me was like a Halloween special. Oh my god. This is like a cartoon that I'm referencing and I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, and that was like a Halloween special. I wanted to try and figure out how to do like a whole body look. And it was really tough. It took me 21 hours. And I figured out that I could kind of like get away with some of it by blocking it out completely and then just seeing it as that part ceased to exist. This is an eyebrow pencil. It's the NYX micro brow pencil. I use this for my eyebrows as well, but I also use it as a pencil to sketch. Right, once I've done this, guys, I'm gonna do a quick film of the progress. Yep. Okay. Bear with me. I hope my camera's charged now. Or has a bit more charge in it. Yeah, it's got a bit more. Then I can put...
Yikes! The light back in.
I quite it with the white background sometimes. And I'll connect this. Right, then be right back. I'm just going to film the next section. Yes, thank you so much. 11 months. Thank you so much. Okay, I did it. I'm trying to film more of the progress. Okay. I love how your looks look so smooth. Thank you. I remember watching another artist years ago and I genuinely couldn't believe that they could blend in such a gorgeous way that I thought it was physically impossible. And then I was able to watch them do a live demo and I totally was so awful. I remember just looking at them like, when I found out it was real, and I just couldn't believe that like they could blend so well. Their name's Ellie. She's amazing. I love her. She doesn't really do looks anymore, but she was like, she grew this following when Instagram was new. Like that is, thank you so much, Chris. Thank you. Like, and I was so fascinated by like how she managed to, like, she was like the biggest person on Instagram I've ever seen in my life. But if you look at how she blends stuff, she has a really, really interesting way of using color. It's very interesting watching her in the style that she plays around with, like the way she like blends with like blues and purples on a white and then adds yellow as a highlight. And I always used to look at it and be like, I would have never thought to have done that. And I used to just study and watch what she would do, and I would just look at some of the stuff that she, and I was fascinated. And she just helped me understand color. It's a really nice style. And this is one of the things that I love so much about seeing different artists work, is that they end up really having like signatures. And one of her signatures was like, it was just such a gorgeous thing. She always had these perfectly blended colors. She used to use such colors that I would have never even thought to put together. And like the imagination that she had, and she had the complete opposite of me, which was fascinating. She always felt like she could never do like cosplays of stuff. It always had to be something like original. She was kind of scared off of doing cosplays. And that fascinated me so much, because I was like, that makes your stuff so much harder. But she just used to just play and just sit there and just doodle and just draw. She'd get like a rough idea, and I was so in love with like everything that she would do. You just always just, the more you scroll through, it's fascinating. And she was really big, really, really inspiring for me. Like the way she just come up with all these crazy ideas. And these ideas were crazy. But then one of the things that I started to learn was like some of these ideas ended up being crazier because of the accessories that she'd have. Look at all of these wigs that she ended up having. And I remember I was so floored by her all the time. And I was just like, wow, you are so cool. You are so cool. And I really love, she doesn't really do anything anymore. But I had that pleasure of meeting her a few times. But yeah, the way she took inspiration from certain things was really fascinating. Like, I find just the way her mind works just quite interesting. Really interesting. But this is one of the things that I really admire, is like how different artists end up with like different styles. And yeah, I just really love seeing it, to be honest with you. I just think it's really gorgeous. And like, she was major inspiration for me. And actually, oh, it was actually a really sweet moment, because I saw her at, I managed to blag my way in to the this was years ago, the NYX Face Awards finale, because Tiff got me put me on as a +1. But for ages I was messaging NYX trying to figure out how I could get a ticket to attend, because I was explaining that I had some friends going and I wanted to in the finals and I wanted to support them. And anyway, I eventually managed to get my way in through Tiff, because she was like, do you want to come? And I was like, yes. And so I really appreciated that. And then Ellie was there and I was like, oh my god. So, and I was telling, I'd done like crazy makeup that day. I had these like holographic alien detail stickers that I was playing around with. And I was explaining to Ellie, I was like, I'm such a big fan. At this point, I had such a small following. But I've been doing paints for ages. Anyway, and she really wanted to take a picture with me because she thought my eye stickers, they were face lace. She thought they were really interesting. So we took a few pictures together. I was totally fine with the fact that I think she only really wanted pictures with me because of the face stickers. Anyway, and then the winner was called Goth Spectrum. She was called Sophie. And I loved Sophie's work. Anyway, and I went up to Sophie, who was taking all of her final like photography moments with her trophy and everything and all the cool stuff, and she was really excited, and I wanted to congratulate her for winning. And I was like, oh, I think, you know, your look was really cool. I loved the idea behind it, and I just wanted to say like major congratulations. And she was like, oh, that's really sweet of you, thank you so much. Then she was like, do you do makeup as well? And I was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, I just play around with some paint and whatever. And she was like, oh, I'll follow you on Instagram. And she handed me her phone. She just like gave it to me to put the details in, because somebody was asking her for like the official photographer was like asking for a photo. And I typed my name in and it said following. And so she was already following me and I didn't know what to do in this situation. So I was kind of like, and then she came back and like got her phone, and I will never forget the face she made. She was like, "You're M. Croft?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she was like, "I need a photo with you right now because I am such a fan." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "No, like today's about you. You no." And she was like, "No, you don't understand. You don't." And it was so wholesome. It was so cute. But yeah, I never knew what to do in that situation where it was like, oh, can I follow you? And then, also, that was one of the reasons why I had to start uploading my actual face, because no one knew what I actually looked like. But so cute. And she's so sweet. Good night, Nostro. Thank you so much. How do you do? You inspired me. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, a lot's changed since then. I don't think she really does a lot of makeup anymore, but like, definitely was. It definitely was pretty crazy. It was. I remember that being a pretty crazy day. I actually remember at the beginning of the day I was in tears. So it was a really nice end to the day, and the reason why I was in tears was because at work I remember this guy was just being mean to me about some work that I had no idea what I was doing because I had inherited it from somebody else, and it was actually animation and I couldn't do it. And so what I knew I could do it, but I knew it was going to take time. And I was explaining this to him. I was like, I don't know. And he was like, when is it going to get done? And I literally shouted at him, like the other person who had left. I'm not going to say what her name is, but let's pretend her name is Claire. And he was like, well, I need to know when it's going to get done. And Claire was really good at animating, but she left. And it was my job to take over. And I literally just shouted like, I'm not Claire. And then I ran off and I just burst into tears. Like I just couldn't do it anymore because it was like this all the time. And so I was really sad. So it was a really rubbish beginning of the day. And then it was a really, really nice end to the day because I was able to go to like a really fancy event. Do some cool stuff. But yeah. Good night, Zero. Oh, I think this brush is actually a little bit too big. Give me advice. It's just very nice. It's very, very kind. You know what's like that's wild to me because then it's like, yeah, but I'm not that person. I've got different strengths. This is why people need to work as a team. It's so bizarre, but yeah, I used to get treated like that all the time. Conveniently, I still would struggle with the kind of animation that they asked me to do because it was like corporate animation, right? Whereas like the stuff I do now is very different. It's the same program, which is why I kind of already knew how to use the animation program for like all this stuff, but it was very different stuff, so it was kind of like relearning it for a different purpose. Team? Don't be silly. But yeah, the comparisons would really frustrate me because I just thought it was incredibly rude to be able to just to assume. Must be one of those crazy British terms. Well, yeah, really, it's really crappy. It's why I always like tend to reject the comparisons with my paintwork as a whole as well, because I just feel like someone in here doesn't feel good, so just don't even bother with it. Like, even I know sometimes people are like, oh, it's just a comment, but it's like but sometimes like just people can be their own person. Like, we don't need to compare against other people at all, ever, for any reason. Like, there's just no need for it. Because also I think it can give the idea that there's like a league table sometimes. Not all the time, but I think sometimes it kind of suggests that, which is why I'm always like really, really against it. I have lost my eyebrow pencil that I was using earlier. Oh, it's here. That solved it. Yeah, and it's just like it's very frustrating, I think. Really, Danny? Thank you. God, I haven't done something like this in a long time. To them too, making them feel bad as the yeah, exactly. Like, I just think overall, like, it's just not a nice experience. It might be in some cases, like, maybe not for the one person, but or the person it's aimed at, but it could be but like negative for somebody else, you know. Like, I just don't think it's necessary at all. That's why I'm always really against the idea of like comparing. Yeah, exactly, Skull Queen. Like, it feels silly to me. Like, just in general, like, just leave people alone. I mean, like, obviously it's very different in certain circumstances, like with the like things like what do you call it, AIR, and you can see like it's physically tracing some of the other stuff, and like it gets very frustrating, or like you can see when something's been directly copied like that. Obviously that's a very different note, but yeah, in general, like when you get compared against other people, I just think it's just silly. Like, I don't really like it. Alright, so I'm gonna try and see about putting in some shading around here as well. Because it's pop art, so it doesn't have to look true. It just has to look funky. So let's add some shading in here. Aw, that's very kind of you. Thank you so much, Skull Queen. Thank you. All right. Okay. Add some more shading up here. Honestly, truly, I genuinely feel like everyone is welcome. Like, just, you know, I think it's quite clear. Just don't be just don't be mean. You know, just wholesome vibes. Just, I don't mind having some conversations as well, which can be a little bit tricky. But in general, I just think it's like, just don't be mean. Okay. So then I think the next thing I'm going to do is play around with some shading of this. So I want to deepen this area. I'm doing this with a blue, but it's really dark blue, so it kind of looks like it's black. I can't believe that I had such a superior nap earlier, and you know what, I'm still a bit sleepy. No, I honestly, look, let me just be really, really clear. I don't mind answering questions. When I get annoyed is when I think sometimes you could figure that out on your own. And an example of that is if you say, where do you get your wigs from? And I say, Amazon. And someone says, I want a link to every wig you have. Then I'm going to get annoyed. Because I've had that. I'm not doing that. I've told you where I've got it from. Now you can go to Amazon and you can buy the colours you want. I don't need to do an entire list. That's when I'll get annoyed. I genuinely don't mind. I think, you know, if I say like I used Pros-Aid, you can go find that product, right? That to me is perfectly fine. When it's I live in God, I can't even think. Well, I live in South Korea and I need to know which shops sell it. I don't know. You're the one that lives there. I don't know. Thank you so much, Vibin. Oh my God, Yanks. I can you believe? I know, and I'd just be really confused. I'd be like, I've told you where I got it from. Why are you still? And they'll get really aggressive, and that's when I'll get annoyed. I genuinely don't mind answering questions, but that's when I'll start to get annoyed. Is when it's like, now give me a link to everything you have, and I'm like, I've told you where I got it from. Like, yeah, I think sometimes it's kind of like, you can have a look, you can look that up. People, yeah, it's honestly, like, sometimes people can just, I think they just want to be spoon-fed information, like, they don't want to do anything for themselves. But to me, that just kind of goes to show, like, but then you're not going to get very far, because this is going to take, like, if you wanted to learn how to do something, it's going to take a lot of self-teaching and be like, why did that not turn out okay? But yeah, no, I've fully had people like, and they do it. The thing is, as well, I'm pretty sure they know it's not okay to do that, because they do it in DMs. And it's one of the reasons why I stopped replying to a lot of my DMs. I just completely ignore them, because I used to just have people like getting angry at me that I had more paints than them. First of all, and number two was I didn't refuse. I just ignored it. But when they asked me where do I get, I think it was my wigs from, and I was like, oh, I just bought them from Amazon. At that point, that was literally the only place I was buying them from. And they would be like, I need you to send me a link to all of them. And I'd be like, no, I'm not doing that. Like, I never replied, but I was just like, why would I do that? I've told you where I've got it from. Why would I do that? It's so strange. Yeah, it's really strange, honestly. Really, really, really bizarre. Because there was this one time, I was at this event and somebody recognised me and they wanted a photo, and that's so lovely, and I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. It was like one of the first few times it happened, and I was really, really grateful. And they were so sweet. I didn't really understand. It turned out that they were kind of like loitering around because they were too shy to say something to me. And I was like, oh, no problem. Like, more than happy to like say hi and like have a chat. And I was like, I followed them back on socials, like, because I could, you know, and I was just like generally trying to be as nice as possible because I was really grateful for it. And I had just tidied up my body paint drawer like 2 weeks later, and was like, oh, this is how I organise my paints, because I do organise them in a certain way, I just disorganise them at the same time. And then they were like, it's not fair that you have more paints than I do, like, it's disgusting, it's not fair, like, how? I've only got this amount of paints and you've got that. And I was just really confused because I was like, you just, what? Like, I thought, I don't get it. So everything is, yeah, right. Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? It's so strange. So strange. But yeah, I was really frustrated, and like, this was years and years ago, so I wasn't as confident as I am now, and I wasn't in the same kind of headspace to understand, like, no. Unfair. Of all the things, it's not fair that you've got more than me. Why? Why is it? Then they'll call you a gatekeeper. Yeah. It's just strange, in my opinion. It's so strange. Hi, Game Class here again. How are you doing? Alright, and then let's paint. Where did the brush go? I lost it. Let's paint this middle section white. Oh my god, Game Class Hero, nice! You're having full Star Wars vibes. You look like a work of art. Thank you so much. Whenever somebody says something similar, I'm always like, you know that, have you heard of that TikTok sound? It's like, this is a work of art. Have you heard of that one? It's the first thing I always think of. This. Having confidence and wanting it to be perfect. That's just, honestly, it is something that you will overcome over time. But it's definitely tough. I'm not saying it's easy. The Picasso one, the TikTok sound. Use the audio on TikTok. TikTok. Dicky dicky daka dicky 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 daka. Oh yeah, the big. What's that? Oh, Picasso. I like it. No, that was a good one. Nice, Picasso. I like it. I think one of my favorite things is just seeing people kind of like just make Mel remake all the acapella. I think one of my favorite things is like people just as a general thing, people seeing something online and thinking making a sound, and then other people going funny sound, and then they make their own versions. That sounds funny. Oh, I saw this other one, and it was this DJ account, and this DJ's like, DJs will put anything in front of a bass drop, and then he'll ramp up the beat, and they'll literally like you'll wait to see what the hell he's put. They'll be like anything, politicians or anything. It'll be like Picasso, I like it, and then the beat will drop, and it really proves they'll put anything in there and it'll work. And it's just really funny to. Like I love this whole creativity. I love all the wholesome people that just like yeah DJs Picasso, I like it, drops. I've never, so true, they'll literally put anything in front of a beat drop. I'll see if I can find that TikTok account. I've been watching a lot of their videos. It will definitely come up again. I'll show you, or I'll put it in Discord or something. It's the best. Oh my god, I love that. Sounds like me singing. Like, that's so cute as well, because it's like, I love just the fact that people are able to just do stuff that makes them happy, like, no matter what. So I'm very aware that I can be pretty terrible. Oh, I've dropped the. Oh, it's gone. I'm so aware that I can be so terrible at so many video games, but like, doesn't matter. I'm having a great time, and I think it's really fun as well because like, you can really make you having a good time with the perfect audience. Everyone's having a great time. Thank you so much, Killy. Thank you. I think most notably the teeth is a bit of an improvement. Of course, Game Pass Hero. Like Kindergarten Bop. I feel like you could give DJs some good pre-beat drop sound bites. I think so too. Hi Lisa, how are you? Picasso, I like it. Nice, Picasso, I like it. Right, let's now bring some of this grey. Okay, nothing's happening. A darker grey. Will this work? There we go. Something. Into here. So we can get a bit more depth. Make it seem like this also sits underneath it. Ooh, let's stick that one coming out that way. That's nice. I love doing things like that. Ba-da-da-da. bringing the creepy today. I fear for my lovely brains. Yes. I've actually been really wanting to recreate this pretty zombie. It's like a pop art zombie that I did years ago. 2019 we found out it was. But I really liked the original colour scheme that I did. So I was a bit like, oh, I don't really know what to do because I can't think of another colour scheme that I would want to do. I think there's a lot of colour schemes that work, but I wanted to do kind of like my own. Anyway, in the end I was like, what if I just redo the look? What if it's enough time's passed? Oh my god, the sunburn's peeling. Oh, that's so hard. I hope you feel better soon. Like, that's so rubbish when that happens. I'm good. Thank you so much for asking. It burns us. Hey, there's the new Gollum game coming out. I know absolutely nothing about it. You guys who are Star Wars fans, are you interested? Are you going to get it? Do you even care? Looks amazing. Big improvement. Thank you. The worst. Oh. Hi, Squirrel Girl. Are you... Do you know what? I feel pretty happy. As a Lord of the Rings fan, you've been eyeing the game. Alright, okay, interesting. It depends. It depends on the look. Sometimes I'm a bit tired by the end of it. And I'm like, oh, I'm pretty excited to get rid of this now. Once I've got successful... The thing is, like, here's the thing that happens. Gollum. Wait, so are some of you not excited about Gollum? Is this a bad time to tell you I'm sponsored? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not sponsored to do Gollum. That will be pretty funny though. It depends, because one of the things, like, okay, look, I move on from things very quickly. So, like, I'll be really excited about the makeup look, right? And I'll be like, oh my god, makeup look, makeup look, makeup look. I can't wait for everyone to see this makeup look. And then I'll do the pictures. And then once I've done the pictures, I'll have a look at the pictures and I'll be like, oh my god, I love that picture. But then I'm so focused on, I want to take this off so I can play around with the picture tomorrow. And then everyone gets to see the picture that, like, look at this cool look I did. So, like, I've moved on so quick that I guess I don't necessarily notice. Sometimes it's like, oh, yeah, but not really all the time. You accidentally asked if Star Wars fans... Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I say that? No wonder I didn't know what you guys were on about. Okay. Oh, no wonder you... As a Lord... Okay. Oh my god. That makes so much sense. As Lord of the Rings fans, are you excited about the Gollum game? Sorry. Because you've captured it. Exactly. Right, so it's there now. I've got it forever. But I'm not into puzzle games myself. It's a puzzle game? I've no idea what the game is about, despite standing 1 foot in front of it as people were playing it at PAX. Fair enough. I guess in a lot of cases, most people will wait to see what it is like on stream and stuff anyway, won't they? I know, like you kill the whole family of Smurfs, or does it? The paint dissolves so easily. It just kind of like sticks, like a really faint blue will stick to the side of the bath, which is annoying to clean. But it's so easy to remove. Like I can remove it with shower gel. It's totally fine. My issue is I paint so often. When is the right time to clean the bathroom? That's my issue. If you painted every day, when do you deep clean the bathroom? Because as soon as you clean it, you're going to paint again and it's going to get bad immediately. Guaranteed. Thank you so much, Bucko. Thank you. Looks like a clown murder scene. Yeah, in some cases, yeah. Also, when like this look is primarily blue, right? But some looks are a mixture of different colours. So when it goes down the drain, it all mixes together. So sometimes it's not always blue. And I think that's sometimes really interesting, watching it, like being like, oh, well, okay, that's a really interesting shade of olive. I didn't know was going to happen. Right before the family visits. Yeah, right before you have guests. So do you do a lot of editing in your photos? No, I personally don't enjoy editing the photos much. I used to feel like I had to. And the reason why was because, honestly, I didn't have very good lighting and I didn't have the best setup for it. So I always felt like I was adjusting the exposure to try and make it look correct. But I want to take a photo and it be done. I don't want to add more work. And the reason why I kind of came to that conclusion as well was, if I am doing 3 to 4 looks minimum per week, the last thing I want to do is spend hours editing the photos of all of them, because I don't usually just edit one photo. I usually edit like 4 or 5, or sometimes like 2 to 3. I don't want to have hours of me editing these photos. I just want to take the picture, put a watermark on it, crop it to the right size, and be done with it. This, in some cases, things like, for instance, if I was to take a picture of this, and maybe like this part here, it should have been blue, and it's noticeable, I'll probably just colour that in just to make it blue, but I wouldn't do anything drastic. I don't see the point, because it's also, I use them to see my own improvements. So if I can't see, if everything's photoshopped for me, I can't even tell, because there's no way I'm going to remember. Thank you so much, Peppermint. Thank you. By ring, you have stolen it from us. You did, my precious sitters. I can't believe I said that. No wonder I didn't get what you guys were on about. Alright, I got one more progress video to do. One second. I guess, like with some of the video, when you do, yeah, oh yeah, with those ones, they do take me a while to do. Those ones, I've been teaching myself VFX and animation, which honestly does take a long time to do those, but I like doing them. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say they're the easiest one. There's a lot of like figuring out like tracking and stuff. I feel like my camera's moved a little bit from earlier, but what colour hair? I'll have yellow hair again. Much editing is needed. That's what I prefer. I don't like editing. I used to. There's too many now. Let's just context. This look today is my 750th look. I do, and maybe for each look, how many photos am I editing? No. No. I'm not doing that. I'd rather put more work into like trying to like put together a cool edited video than like a bunch of photos. Like I'd like to just take the photo and like it looks good. That's where I want to stop. Looks nice. That's it. I'm done there. That's where I want to stop. Okay, I'm just gonna get the next section, so be right back. Video turns out okay. Putting the extreme into extreme body paint for sure. Yeah, it has been a little bit extreme. In the moderation settings. Oh, Alicia, which one was it? One sec, guys. I'm just gonna go open the window. It's a bit warm. Oof. You must be a VIP. Maybe so. I think you could say that. But this is usually where I'm like, it's fine. Ah, yes, it is baby. Yeah, you can't say the word baby in this stream, unfortunately. Too many people were being gross about the word baby towards me, so I was like, no one is allowed to say baby. Instead, you get to say newborn. You have to be very formal. Sold on spot. Yes, so these are body paints. And I use a lot of body paint, and I just generally use a lot of makeup. So right now I'm using like eyeshadows. Infant, possibly. Yes, we have to be very, very formal. Thank you so much, Star Wars Lady. There's some of the brands I use. Hi, Old. How are you? Hi, Beth. How are you? Good morning. Steffi, this is everything painted on myself. So here I just have a mirror. Are you able to relax a little bit more now, Old? I hope so. Yeah, she does. Yeah, I'm really happy for her. She brought them out a few years ago. I think she brought them out maybe like 2021, I'll dare say. Thank you so much, Steffi. Thank you. I will be so honest. For me, shading is like everything. So I spend hours doing shading. We're slowly getting somewhere. I'd be out of new ideas. Honestly. Sometimes even I'm surprised. I do think that like part of the trick is to just keep going, because the more you do, you just tend to come up with more and more ideas. Do you know what? For a really long time, I just looked so ridiculous, like so ridiculous, and then at the end, I still looked ridiculous. But I looked ridiculous, but it made sense. But for a long time, it just didn't make any sense. That one was wild though. Like that prosthetic was huge, but it was a lot of fun to do. That was a really silly stream. That was quite recent, actually. It was only a few months ago I did that. And I found out I could, like, hide, like, lip gloss and stuff inside the mouth because the mouth was so huge. It was like a pocket. Or a snack storage, thank you. Star Wars lady, always prepared, has everything to hand. You think about it, Star Wars lady's already got it. Have every single open in another tab just in case. Good to know, Star Wars lady. Using this one weird trick. Also, who knew it's not? Honestly, like, this is what I was thinking, because like I genuinely think that pop art zombies look really cute. Especially, like, there's just something really quite pretty about them. They're just quite nice. They're nice to do as well. I've been wanting to do one for a long time. Okay, so I'm doing these little lines here because in my world they're like small muscle fibers. even though the muscle would sit on the top of the bones. We digress. Ignore science, okay? Pop art only. Cartoons, ignore. Science is fiction in this case. Okay? Good. There we go. Yes, boss. I'm glad. Okay, then what we're gonna do now is panic. I'm just kidding. We're gonna get the white, which I've lost. I found it. And let us go over the edge. Here, so let's highlight the edge. Give it a bit more lift. It's important to me that we get some more depth in. I've done it actually, CLD. That was actually a commission that I did in March for AMD. There's a video on, well, actually on everywhere, but on my socials, sorry, on my socials, but on Instagram, you'll probably be the easiest one to find. But yeah, I did a clicker from The Last of Us. I built it as a mask, and we did a big giveaway for a GPU. The clicker was dope. Thank you. That was, I was so scared. I think I was just kind of scared it was just gonna like fall off. But it was really fun. You must have missed it on Instagram. It's kind of near the top. I've done a few posts since then, but the thumbnail picture should be clickers. There's a video. I worked really hard on the video as well. I can't tell you, when that mask was broken in the video... Oh, thank you, Star Wars Lady. Thank you. So speedy and so kind and helpful. Thank you. It took me so long to break it. I was trying to use the Dead Island crowbar to smash the plastic on my mask. Oh my god, it took me like half an hour to smash that mask. And the thing is, it was quite easy to break all the plastic that was surrounding it, like the general structure, but I wanted this plastic that bit to be broken, because that was the part which had to look like it was the infection had gotten in, right? So I was thinking to myself, like, I don't understand, like, it took me so long. It took so long for me to smash that. In the end, I had to just smash it with my bare hands. And everything about that mask at the in the next section, when it was actually on me and it was broken, was glued together because I had smashed it that badly, but I couldn't actually get the actual plastic to look like it smashed for ages. Oh my god, it literally took me forever. So that was quite a feat to be able to do it. And I was also really scared because when I was doing the video, thank you so much, CLD, thank you. When I was doing the video, I kind of was like, I only have one mask, so if I do this, and I was trying really hard to make sure like parts of it were edited before I went further. But I was like, if I do this, and there's some... Jack, thank you so much for 10 months, thank you. And something goes wrong with the file, I don't have another mask. So it was kind of like, just had to go. Get it, make sure it was right first time. Thank you so much, Jack. How are you doing today? I hope you had the best day so far. I would like eyelash glue. Okay, let's go for some drama lashes. I love drama lashes. How long do my contact lenses last? They say they last like a whole year, but I'm really particular about them, and I kind of tend to, after like, maybe like 6 months, I tend to just throw them out. I mean, I don't use them all the time, and I do my best to keep them as clean as possible. That's what I needed to do. I don't know, Golov. Thank you for reminding me. Contact lens solution. I do my best to keep them as clean as possible. But yeah, they don't really last crazy amounts of time. So I feel like I'm forever replacing them. But I really want to find out a better way to organise them, because they're kind of all just in a bag. Thank you, Space Turkey. Whew, somewhere. Getting somewhere. Okay. Let's wait for these lashes to dry, and then I'll get the wig and the lenses, and then we're done. It'll be nice to see the finished look together, so we can see how much the improvement really is. Oh my god. I love seeing it with the lashes on. I just feel like it adds so much. Okay, now let me get the wig. I think I left it to the side, so it should be okay. But there is always a big chance I can open this wardrobe door and everything's gonna come crashing down. Okay, okay. I still have my wig. Yay! Okay. I bought them, but I'm nervous about the glue. Like, if it will make my eyes allergic or pop up like soccer balls, that can happen. So what you can do is you can do a patch test here on your elbow, and test the glue here. And then wash it off, after, like leave it on there and then like wash it off after a couple of hours. The next day, see if you've got any kind of skin reaction. That's called a patch test. Yep. I will say, if you've got some, the glue it comes with tends to be really rubbish. I use this glue. It's got like 95,000 reviews on Amazon. And if you're really nervous, and I know you've said you've already bought some, and here I am telling you to go spend more money, you can buy what's called a half lash, and that just goes on the outside there. Because usually what's the hardest thing, I still struggle with it, is gluing down the inner eye corner. I really struggle because it's like the kind of like the part that seems to like tuck under the eyelid a bit more for me, so it kind of feels like it's always getting almost like shoved about and interrupted. Yeah, of course you can. Here you go. This one, it's called Kiss. This one. And you can get certain glues which are free from certain ingredients, because they're aware that some people are allergic to certain things. So if you find, say you're allergic to latex, a lot of people are, then you can find other ones that don't have latex in. But yeah, and also you have to wait for the glue to dry or become tacky before you can use it. And I will say that is usually an experience thing. When the glue to me goes a bit more like translucent blue, then it's like readier. But sometimes it's translucent blue and it's like no. And I'm like, oh, okay. But it's usually, you know, like a bit of a waiting game of getting the right timing on the glue. But totally valid to be scared about eyelashes. I will say, the first time you probably see yourself with eyelashes on once you've done a makeup look, it's the end. It's over. You're going to fall in love with them and you're going to want them all the time. And this has happened to me. And other people who have come into my stream been like, I'm really nervous about lashes. And I've helped them out. Have come in and been like, so since your last stream yesterday, I've bought 30 pairs of lashes. Like, it's just a thing. It's over. I'd almost recommend you don't do it. It's done. You know? That's the end. Sorry. But as soon as you see it, I remember the first time I saw myself with lashes on, and I was hard just looking in the mirror. I remember I was at school because I wore them for a fancy dress day, and I was like this in the bathroom mirror. I was like, that was it. It was done. I was gobsmacked how much of a difference it made. I was like, I could have looked like this the entire time. And all it took was taking this strip of hair and gluing it to the top of my eyelid. Sure. I can do that. Okay, well this is good because it's like a perfect match for my eyebrows. Yeah, it's the same wig. It's proper yellow. I love how yellow it is. Thank you so much, Zeus. I remember when I saw the wig for sale and I was like, oh, that's so yellow. It's not even like attempting to be blonde. It's like yellow. And I was like, I have to have this wig. Properly yellow. Really, Zeus? That's so cool. It's a really nice. You can kind of go pretty crazy with the color schemes as well, can't you? Mm. No, I'm happy. Hi, Capo. How are you? I was thinking of doing the roll, but when I was playing with it, I decided I didn't like it so much. Do I want to put clips in? Yeah, I was just seeing what it would look like with a clip in. Let me get some more. Where did I put them? And then they're in the unorganized bit, I think. Down. Stuff that's not done yet. Let's hope I can find something. Oh no! Oh. What's that one?
Charge complete.
Thanks, headphone. Oh, there they are, there they are, there they are. Hang on, hang on, hang on. No, this is based off one of the looks I did a few years ago, and I wanted to redo it. Like My Little Pony, that's so cute. Hi Dawn, how are you? Lovely to see you. Okay, so I have some clips. Let's see. What would be good colour? Oh, Maybe we could try a blue. Oh wait, I've got a richer blue. This blue's better. Aurora, your boobs are showing. And I'm green on the inside. Here we go. Oh, this is cute. Look at these. Ah. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I kind of was like, oh, maybe I can just do it anyway, and like, we can see how much I've improved. It'll be nice to do. Yay! Right, maybe. Oops. Just maybe. Let's see what else I can do. I'd like to... just try and give this a bit more volume, a little bit more oomph. Da-da-da. And then make this bit a bit smoother again because I think I just effed it up a little bit. And smooth that down. Okay, I'm gonna put the contact lenses in, so if you just give me like 5 minutes, that's okay, and then I'll come back and I'll show you guys what it looks like, okay? Okay, I think... Ouch! Okay, when I come back, guys, I need to do the contact lens solution as my next goal, okay? Because I think I've run out, okay? Okay, I am back, but we've got a bit of repairing to do. Just here, where my eyes got sad. But that's no problem. So let's quickly repair it. Thank you for the welcome backs. You got sad eyes. It's okay. Da 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 da. And then this bit under here, let's just add... Oh, I think that was part of the tissue that I used to dab my eye. Da-da-da, bum, 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 bum. Then... allergies. No, it's just like sometimes putting in lenses, your eyes are a bit like... Oh, hi. Welcome on in, Witch. How's your day? Then where did I put the blendy brush? What? Oh, it's here. Scleras. Oh yeah, the sclera ones are super fun, but they are pretty intense. They can feel a little bit distressing to put in, and sometimes to take out. How's your vision with these? This one's no problem. This one's milky, so I'm kind of mostly using my right eye now. But this one, it has a mesh in the middle. So can you see in the middle of my white eye here? There's like I think the ring light actually isn't helping. Can you see? Yeah, there's like a slight mesh. That's what I'm looking out of. So it's there, it's just a bit milky. It's actually easier to see through these lenses when it's darker. Yeah, I don't like the ones which are completely blind. They freak me out. I hate them. I've never worn them, but the idea of them freaks me out. So I always buy the one that has a mesh so I can still see. Because also I'm the one who takes all of my own photos and stuff, right? Like I don't have like a studio team of people to guide me and tell me where to go. It's usually like me in the middle of the night taking some photos and trying to figure out if it looks okay. So that's when it can get a bit tough. So that's why sometimes I'm just like, no way. No way. But yeah, you can get ones that like you literally just can't see out of it all. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard enough when you can see, exactly. Making it hard for myself. Oh well, I guess we do everything on hard mode, don't we? Alright, I'm going to change the dono goal, but then that's really to remind me for tomorrow. Let me have a quick look at how much... the contact lens solution is now, because it varies in prices. You're like 6 hours ahead. Yeah, but I normally do most of my stuff in the evenings anyway. It's okay. Okay, this one, pack of 4. Okay. Oh, there we go, this one. No thinky. Let's see. Contact lens solution. Oh, thank you so much, Miller. Thank you. I'm getting a bit nervous, guys. We're fast approaching 777 paints. My favourite number. What are we going to do for it? Good grief. Too much thinking for that one. First streams you did amazing work. Oh my god, those ones, I feel like I thought I knew what I was doing, and I look back and I'm like, you have literally no idea what you were doing. Oh my god, I have to be like Wonder Woman. Celebration stream. Yeah, how to find something fun to paint. Will be a feat of strength. Yeah. I'm always like, okay, but 1,000. 1,000! How many Lara paints? Do you know what? I actually haven't done that many. And there is a good reason. No, I don't think it's a good reason. There is a reason why. It's actually because for the longest time, I kept trying to do Tomb Raider paints, and I just felt like they weren't working out because I didn't have the right wig. And then with the wig, so I think I've done quite a few, but they never turned out how I wanted them to. But the classic Lara was like big deal. And I was like, the latest Tomb Raider one that I did, I was so happy. I felt like, finally, it is done. Where is it? Let me find it. This one. Oh, ginormous. Hang on, sorry. This one, like, I was really happy, especially with how the belt turned out. And you know what? I like throwing in like seam lines and fold lines all over the place now. And yeah, I felt like finally. So this to me was like, we did it. We did the paint. I don't know which one I would like to do next out for outfits, because we did this one, and oh my god, we also did the Underworld wetsuit. Where's the wetsuit? Yeah, oh my god, that's the one I was literally just thinking of. Hang on. Yeah, the scuba one. This one. I'm from the UK. This one. I was really proud of the collar as well. Yeah, this one was fun. I changed it up a little bit. But yeah, that one was fun. That's one of my favourite outfits of hers. Maybe 777 we can do another Lara Croft piece. Don't know what it... I don't know. That one's so realistic. Do you think? Sonic Lara fashion. Do you or have you ever been a fashion model? No. No, never. No, I was pretty happy with my Lara Croft paints. Recent ones, anyway. Before then, I'd always be like borderline angry because I felt like I did Maleficent. Yeah, I'll show you. I did a different version of Maleficent. I kind of, hang on, where is it? Mal. Maybe they'll launch a new game in a new outfit. That's true. Oh my god. Will this one load? I did this for Maleficent. So I kind of did a mashup of both of them. I use these like crazy
Charge
cheekbone.
complete.
Thank you. I use these like crazy cheekbone prosthetics. So it looked normal on the other side as well. But yeah, it was these cheekbone prosthetics. When I took the headpiece off, I was really actually paranoid because when I took the headpiece off, I looked like a square because of the way that the cheekbones prosthetics were. And I was like, it just looks weird. I was like, what's wrong with it? Like, but without the headpiece, it doesn't look right. Like I look for some reason like a square. Like as in, do I draw on paper as well? Not really. I just like drawing on myself. Yeah, razor sharp. They were. Do you know what? They're actually really squishy. They were really squishy at first. I just couldn't stop pressing them because they were like, ugh. It was one of the first few times I'd like successfully managed to do a prosthetic application as well. So I was like, ugh. Truly, Miller, I just like drawing on me. Not on paper, on me. Guys, I feel like myself again because I'm like fully painted. Yay! Yay! Alright, let's have a look at what background colour we could do. Oh, hang on a minute. My friend's just received a scam email and doesn't realise. When did you send that? Okay, 2 hours ago. Let's hope she didn't click on anything. Drawing yourself. Okay. So in this one we did use like purples. Did we use purples again? $400 hours of streaming so far this year. But do you know what's really funny is I thought I hadn't really streamed much this year. Thanks for tracking that, Star Wars lady. Okay, so also, I'm pretty sure you can see that I changed around some of the stuff from the first one because I thought it was such a shame that the teeth were on the side which I wasn't looking at because this is the side I always take photos from. And I know why I did it, and it's because I suck at drawing teeth. So I put them on the other side and then just like made sure no one could see. I'm actually wondering if I should flip the hair onto parting onto this side. God, I pinged off one of my clips and it landed underneath my heat gun, which I haven't moved since Saturday. Okay, and then... But then I'm going to cover the brain. Hang on, I might be able to move the stuff further away though. Then the brain. That's okay. Brain shading. No, I think I prefer that. Have the parting on my more natural side. The teeth definitely need to be seen, yeah, so I swapped everything round. Yay! Yay! Okay. Alrighty. I think that's it for me today. Do you guys like it? I'm pretty happy with it. I think there's been a big improvement. I know some of the stuff it's... Hi, C. Marigo, thank you so much. I think there's been a big improvement. Even though it's pretty much the same thing, I'm just happy I've kind of like neatened it all up. Looks great, thank you. I'm really happy with it. Okay. But those teeth are a showstopper. Thanks. My juicy brain. Alright. Definitely an improvement on this one. Thanks, I'm glad you guys can tell. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. And guys, you guys have been so incredible today with all of the support. Again, as always, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's really kind. Thank you so much. Thank you. Alright, let's go on a raid-arenes. So I can take photos, have a shower, go to bed. And then I will do my thank yous. Alright, here's the raid call, guys. Show Poison some love. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody who has gifted subs today. Thank you so much everyone who has thrown bits. Thank you to everybody who has donated. Thank you so much for my wish list items. Thank you so much for everybody who has excuse me, rated today. Thank you for everyone who has watched me today. Thank you so much to all my lurkers. Thank you for everyone who's been chatting with me. Thank you to my moderators. Thank you so much for follows today. Thank you so much if you gave me a chance today. This is the first time you've seen a stream like this. Thank you so much for giving me a chance and an opportunity. I hope you liked it. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for spending your time here. It's so kind. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll see about that one, Squirrel Girl. Good night. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Ah, love that Star Wars lady. Yes, and again, welcome on in, anybody who's new. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you all so much. Please show your love to Poison. She's super, super, super kind. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Hopefully tomorrow. I'll do my best. Thank you so much. I'm going to try and get some headpieces done in the meantime. I don't know if I can get it done in time for tomorrow. We'll see. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you all. Bye. Good night.